30th of April 2026 at 9:30 a.m. You are therefore invited to attend this very important ceremony. I thank you. Next order.
Order number 3, messages.
Take your seat, Honorable Senators. I have a message to pass on to you. Honorable Senators, I wish to report to the Senate that pursuant to Standing Order 46.3 and 4, I have received the following message from the Speaker of the National Assembly, Senator for Kakamega. Be orderly, please. I have received the following message from the Speaker of the National Assembly regarding the approval by the National Assembly of the Senate amendments to the Technopolis Bill, National Assembly Bills number 6 of 2024. The message, dated Wednesday, 22nd of April 2026, was received in the office of the Clerk of the Senate on Thursday, 23rd of April 2026. Now, pursuant to Standing Order 46.5, I now report the message. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 41.1 and 148 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey the following message from the National Assembly. Whereas on Tuesday, 19th of November 2024, the National Assembly considered and passed the Technopolis Bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2024, with amendments, and thereafter referred the bill to the Senate for consideration in accordance with Article 110.4 of the Constitution. And whereas the Senate considered and passed the said bill with amendments on Wednesday, 12th of November 2025, and referred it back to the National Assembly for reconsideration in accordance with the provisions of Article 112.1b of the Constitution. And whereas on Tuesday, 14th of April 2026, the National Assembly considered and passed the Senate amendments to the said bill in the form passed by the Senate, now therefore, having concluded the bicameral passage of the bill, I will present the bill to His Excellency the President for assent in accordance with the provisions of Article 112 of the Constitution. I thank you. Next order, Clerk.
Order number 4, petitions.
Senator for Nairobi City County, the Honorable Edwin Sifuna.
Honorable Speaker, this is a petition by Mr. Peter Kamau Gitau seeking parliamentary intervention regarding the recruitment of Kenyan nationals into the Russian army and the detention of Kenyans in Ukrainian prisons. Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to present this petition on behalf of the families of Kenyan nationals who are unlawfully recruited and sent to serve in the armed forces of the Russian Federation, as well as those currently detained in prisons within Ukraine. We, the undersigned citizens of the Republic of Kenya, on behalf of other families of Kenyan nationals who are unlawfully recruited and sent to serve in the armed forces of the Russian Federation and others currently detained in prisons within Ukraine, hereby submit this urgent petition for consideration by the Senate. And we wish to draw the attention of the Senate to the following. Number one, that whereas the war between the Russian Federation and Ukraine has been ongoing since February of 2022, in the past few years, some Kenyans have found themselves recruited by local agents purporting to place them in jobs in Russia, only for them to arrive there and be moved to serve in the Russian military. The total number is estimated to be upwards of 3,000 individuals, but no proper follow-up has taken place to trace all of them. That our relatives were recruited within the Republic of Kenya by unscrupulous agents under false pretenses, that upon arrival in Russian Federation, many were coerced, deceived, or compelled into military service, that some Kenyan nationals have been killed, injured, captured, detained, or gone missing, that families have not received any official communication on the status of their relatives from relevant state agencies, including the Ministry of Interior and Coordination of National Government, the Ministry of Labor and the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs, despite making numerous visits to these government agencies. That the recruitment appears to closely resemble human trafficking and unlawful foreign military enlistment. 2, that whereas we, the undersigned, on behalf of other families of Kenyan citizens illegally recruited to serve in the Russian military, have pursued all possible means, including but not limited to petitioning and lobbying state agencies responsible to help find and repatriate our relatives, dead or alive, back to Kenya, we have been unable to make any progress, leaving many families despondent and heartbroken, with no knowledge on the fate of their relatives who were sent to Russia. 3, that none of these issues raised in this petition is pending in any court of law, constitutional, or any other legal body. Wherefore, your humble petitioners pray that the Senate investigates the matter with a view to recommending to the relevant government agencies to, number 1, secure the release and repatriation of all Kenyans currently detained in Ukrainian prisons back to Kenya. Number 2, facilitate the return of bodies of deceased Kenyans and providing the necessary support to the affected families. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, conduct investigations into recruitment agencies, agents, and trafficking networks involved in the illegal recruitment of Kenyan nationals. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Now, Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 2381, I commit that petition to the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations for their consideration. Now, in terms of Standing Order 2382, the committee is required in not more than 60 calendar days from the time of reading the prayer, which is today, to table its report in the Senate for consideration. The Senate shall thereafter consider the report of the said committee. I thank you. Next order, Clerk.
Order number 5, papers.
The Chairperson Mediation Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, Tuesday, 28 April 2026. This is a report of Mediation Committee on the Food. Oh my God, this is a different one. This is a different one. Fine. Let me, 1 minute.
Senator Beatrice, you may lay the paper.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, Tuesday, the 28th April 2026. A report of the Mediation Committee on the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill, National Assembly Bills number 21 of 2023.
The Chairperson Standing Committee on Health. Minority Leader, you may proceed to table. The chair is not present, so you may table on his stead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate. Today, Tuesday, the 28th of April, 2026. This is a report on the Standing Committee of Health on its consideration of the Autism Management Bill, Senate Bill number 19 of 2025. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
The Vice Chair, Mediation Committee, Senator Beatrice.
Honorable Speaker, this is a motion, notice of motion on the consideration of the report of the Mediation Committee on the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill, National Assembly Bills number 21 of 2023. That the Senate adopts the report of the Mediation Committee on the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill, National Assembly Bills number 21 of 2023, laid on the table of the Senate on Tuesday, the 28th April 2026, and that pursuant to Article 113.2 of the Constitution and Standing Order 167.3 of the Senate, approves the mediated version of the bill.
Senator Chuta, you may lay your paper, please.
Thank you once again, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, Tuesday, 28 April 2026, on the Mediation Committee of the National Disaster Risk Management Bill, National Assembly Bill number 24 of 2023. Thank you. I beg to lay.
Next order, Clerk.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Statements pursuant to Standing Order 52-1. Senator for Nandi County, the Honorable Samson Cherake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Statement on the outstanding performance of Kenyan athletes at the 2026 London and Boston marathons. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 52-1 to make a statement on a matter of national concern, namely the outstanding performance of Kenyan athletes at the 2026 London and Boston marathons. Mr. Speaker, sir, Kenya once again demonstrated its global dominance in long-distance running at the 2026 London and Boston Marathon. At the London Marathon, Sebastian Sawe shattered the previous marathon world record set by the late Kelvin Kiptum by an outstanding 65 seconds. He established a new record of 1 hour, 59 minutes and 30 seconds, becoming the first human in history to run a sub-2-hour marathon in a competitive race. For a long time, this achievement was thought to be impossible. Mr. Speaker, Sebastian Sau, who comes from the same place as I do, is a remarkable athlete whose journey started out as a pacemaker. He steadily honed his craft, and when he finally made his debut at the 2024 Valencia Marathon, he delivered an outstanding performance, emerging victorious and marking the second fastest debut in the history at that time. He later ran in 2025 London and Berlin marathons and clinched victories in both. His recent win at the London Marathon puts his tally at 4 victories from 4 marathons he has contested in. This achievement is a true testament to his extraordinary zeal, discipline, and talent. Mr. Speaker, sir, at the same race, Amos Kipruto came in 4th after clocking 2 hours, 1 minute, and 39 seconds. In the women's category, Olympic medalist Ellen Obiri secured 2nd place, finishing the marathon with a time of 2 hours, 15 minutes, and 53 seconds. In the London Marathon champion, Joycelyn Chepkosgei secured a 3rd place in the race, clocking 2 hours, 15 minutes, and 55 seconds. Concluding the top 5 was Catherine Renail Amanangole, who finished the race with a time of 2 hours, 21 minutes, and 20 seconds. Mr. Speaker, sir, other than the performance of Sebastian Sawe and the other Kenyan athletes at the London Marathon, I wish to celebrate the performance of Kenyan athletes at the 2026 Boston Marathon in the United States of America, which was held just 6 days before the London Marathon. John Korir successfully defended his Boston Marathon title and set a new course record of 2 hours, 1 minute, and 52 seconds. Benson Kipruto secured 3rd place in the men's race with a time of 2 hours, 2 minutes, and 50 seconds, which was faster than the previous course record. Alex Masai, Nicholas Kipkorir, and Wesley Kiptoa also finished strongly in the men's top 20. Sharon Lokedi triumphed in the women's race for the 2nd consecutive year, clocking 2 hours, 18 minutes, and 51 seconds, while Lois Chemunungung and Mary Nguki Cooper completed all the Kenyan podium, having come in 2nd and 3rd respectively. Mercy Chelangat and Irene Cheptai added to Kenya's dominance in the women's fields with top 6 finishes. Mr. Speaker, sir, these achievements are a source of immense national pride and reflect the discipline, resilience, and excellence of our athletes who continue to raise Kenya's profile on the global stage. Their victories are not only personal milestones, but also a national celebration that deserves formal recognition and celebration. It is imperative that all the records set by our athletes are formally ratified by the World Athletics to ensure their rightful place in international athletics history. Ratification will preserve Kenya's legacy and accord our champions the recognition they deserve. Mr. Speaker, sir, Kenyan athletes are not only sports icons, but also cultural ambassadors who inspire millions across the globe. Their achievements bring honor to our flag and unite us in celebration. It is therefore imperative that we institutionalize a culture of recognition that goes beyond symbolic gestures. We must ensure that their victories are told, their legacies are preserved, and their welfare prioritized both during and after their careers. So, Speaker, sir, the success of our athletes should serve as a catalyst for renewed investment in sports infrastructure, coaching, and talent development across all counties. By nurturing young athletes and creating pathways to international competition, we can sustain Kenya's legacy in athletics and unlock new opportunities for youth empowerment and national cohesion. The government must play a more active role in appreciating and empowering these champions, ensuring they are recognized, rewarded, and supported in ways that reflect the magnitude of their contribution to the national identity. Mr. Speaker, sir, in conclusion, let us honor our champions, not only with applause, but with tangible support, recognition, and advocacy for their rightful place in world athletics. Their achievements at the 2026 London and Boston marathons are reflections of Kenya's excellence, and they deserve to be celebrated as the heroes of our time and posterity. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator from Marsabit County, the Honorable Mohammed Chute.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I have a statement on the humanitarian situation on internally displaced persons in Marsabit County and the refugee population in Dilo and Magado in Ethiopia. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 52.1 to make a statement on a matter of national importance, namely the continued humanitarian and administrative challenges facing internally displaced persons in Marsabit County and the refugee household currently hosted in Dilo and Magado borders area. Mr. Speaker, sir, this matter arises from information previously presented before this House by the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration and the Prime Cabinet Secretary during the engagement with the Senate on displacement of the refugee and management of the refugees in northern Kenya. It is further informed by my recent visit to Kenya-Ethiopia border areas, including Dilo and Magado, where I engaged directly with displaced families and refugee households, local administrators, and community leaders. The realities observed, Honorable Speaker, on the ground demonstrate that displacement in Marsabit County remains unsolved and requires urgent executive attention. Mr. Speaker, the Cabinet Secretary confirmed before this House that insecurity between 2017 and 2022 resulted in the displacement of 528 households and the destruction of 135 houses. Despite the passage of several years, many affected households remain without permanent settlement, adequate housing, or restoration of livelihoods. These families continue to live in uncertainty that undermines their dignity and economic recovery. Mr. Speaker, sir, further 1,250 refugee households are currently hosted in Dilo and Magado with 1,098 expressing willingness to voluntarily return back to Kenya. Honorable Speaker, during my visit, it became evident that the humanitarian challenges extend beyond shelter and food. A deeply concerning administrative gap persists. University students and young people from the affected communities cannot access higher education, government services, or financial support programs due to lack of national identification cards. This exclusion, Honorable Speaker, risks the long-term marginalization of an entire generation. Mr. Speaker, sir, our Constitution, the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya, guarantees the inherent dignity of every person under Article 28 and affirms right to housing, education, healthcare, and social protection under Article 43. Parliament further enacted the Prevention, Protection and Assistance to Internally Displaced Persons and Affected Communities Act, which obligates the national government to prevent displacement, protect affected persons, and provide durable solutions, including resettlement, compensation, and reintegration. The continued vulnerability of the displaced households in Marsabit, therefore, represent not only humanitarian concerns, but also a failure to operationalize an existing legal framework. Kenya has previously demonstrated that displacement crisis can be addressed decisively following the 2007-2008 post-election violence. The national government established structures, programs through which displaced households were registered, compensated, resettled, and supported to rebuild their lives. Initiatives such as Operation Rudi Nyumbani affirm the principle that displacement demands recognition, compensation, and restoration of their dignity. The situation now facing IDPs in Marsabit, Majengo area of Marsabit County, raises a profound question of equity if the state was able to compensate citizens.
Order, Senator for Nandi, Senator for Garisha, and Senator for Isiolo. May the member for Marsabit be heard in silence, please.
Thank you. If the state was able to compensate citizens displaced by political violence, there is no constitutional, legal, or moral justification for excluding citizens displaced by insecurity and conflict in Marsabit County, which is northern Kenya. The Speaker, sir, equally, Kenya continues to benefit from international protection extended to Kenyan refugees abroad. Our standing as a responsible member of the international community requires that we uphold the same humanitarian standards towards refugees hosted within our borders. The burden presently carried by the host communities in Dillo and Magado, particularly in relation to water, health, education, environmental sustainability, and security, cannot remain indefinitely localized when the matter is national in character. The continued delay in addressing these concerns risk entrenching perceptions of unequal citizenship and unequal access to state protection. Northern Kenya cannot remain outside the circle of national restitution simply because its crises unfold far from the political center. Mr. Speaker, sir, I therefore call upon the national government to urgently move beyond temporary humanitarian responses and undertake a comprehensive national intervention to, 1, resettle and compensate 528 displaced households in Majengo area of Marsabit County. Number 2, facilitate construction of 132 destroyed homes in Marsabit. Number 3, restore livelihoods and provide sustainable economic support. Number 4, immediate resolve identification documentation challenges preventing young people from accessing education and government services. Number 5, coordinate dignified and voluntary repatriation for refugee households in Dillo and Magado who have expressed willingness to return back to Kenya. Number 6, Honorable Speaker, support host communities that continue to shoulder the humanitarian responsibility on behalf of our country. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the situation in Marsabit County is a test of our collective commitment to equity, justice, and national cohesion. Timely and decisive intervention will restore dignity to affected families, safeguard the future of young people, strengthen stability along our international borders, and reaffirm that every Kenyan citizen, regardless of location, enjoys equal protection and equal concern from this republic. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, statement pursuant to Standing Order 53-1, Senator for Kakamega County, the Honorable Boni.
Mr. Honorable Speaker, I thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on a matter of countrywide concern regarding serious mismanagement of the payroll and budgetary challenges affecting employees and delivery of essential public services in the county of Kakamega. Mr. Speaker, sir, employees of Kakamega County have been unable to access healthcare services despite deductions from their salaries, owing to irregular remittance of statutory contributions to the Social Health Authority, SHA, and to the MTIBA medical insurance scheme. This, Mr. Speaker, has exposed our employees and their dependents to financial hardships and denial of essential care that is currently undermining their welfare and eroding the trust in public financial management. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, as if it was not enough, there has been a drastic reduction in capitation for early childhood development education centers and technical and vocational education and training institutions, which is currently threatening the quality of sustainable foundational and technical education in Kakamega, disproportionately affecting vulnerable learners and weakening human capital development. Mr. Speaker, in this statement, I request that the committee should address the following. One, what is the status of the statutory deductions from Kakamega County employees' salaries for SHA and MTIBA, including the total amounts deducted vis-a-vis amounts remitted, giving reasons for non-remittance, reasons for delays, and measures to ensure compliance and accountability. Two, the committee should address the measures being taken to guarantee an uninterrupted healthcare access for the affected employees. Three, whether budgetary allowances for capitation to ECDE and TVET institutions have been reduced, and therefore provide specific figures and explain the rationale behind such reduction. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the committee should address the impact of the reduced funding on service delivery, enrollment, and dropouts from those institutions, and identify systemic payroll management and budget execution challenges within the county government of Kakamega, together with the corrective actions, including immediate restoration of adequate funding and strengthening oversight. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senator Dr. Bonnie Khalwale, MD, CBS, MP, Senator of Kakamega. I thank you.
Senator for Tharaka Nithi County. Senator for Tharaka Nithi County, the Honorable Senator Mwenda Gataya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Health on a matter of national concern regarding the deplorable state of facilities at the Mathare National and Teaching Referral Hospital. Mr. Speaker, Article 43 of the Constitution guarantees every citizen right to the highest attainable standard of health. However, mental health patients at the Mathare National Teaching and Referral Hospital continue to face challenges in assessing their basic right. The hospital is in a state of profound deterioration, characterized by dilapidated infrastructure, bed shortage, and overcrowding. The number of mental professionals is also inadequate, which affected the timely, dignified, and effective delivery of mental health services at the hospital. In the statement, Honorable Speaker, the committee should address the following. The budgetary allocation for the Mathare National and Teaching Referral Hospital in the 2025-2026 financial year, broken down into funds allocated for infrastructure, development, staffing needs, medication, and patient welfare. Number two, Honorable Speaker, the committee should also look at the immediate measures to address overcrowding and bed shortages and present plans for renovating or replacing dilapidated and non-functional facilities. Number three, Honorable Speaker, the committee should also look at the current number of psychiatrists at the hospital and the patient to specialized ratio, specifying interventions being implemented to progressively improve staffing levels and service delivery. Number four, Honorable Speaker, the committee should also look at the total number of critically discharged patients still admitted due to family abandonment and the mechanisms in place for their reintegration into the community. The last one, Honorable Speaker, the committee should also look at whether there are plans to establish functional psychiatry units in all public hospitals across the countries to reduce reliance on the Mathare National Teaching and Referral Hospital. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. This is Senator Mwenda Gataya Mofaya, CBS Member of Parliament, Senator for Tharaka Nithi County. Thank you.
Senator Miraj Abdullahi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the implementation of agriculture and blue economy programs in Mombasa County. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1. The budgetary allocations made by the county government of Mombasa towards agriculture and blue economy programs from 2022 to date. 2. The number of beneficiaries of these programs disaggregated by sub-county and the criteria used in selecting beneficiaries, and outline the types and quantities of agricultural input distributed to them, including seeds, fertilizers, livestock, and other forms of farm support. 3. The specific blue economy initiatives undertaken in support of fish folk, aquaculture projects, fish processing, and value addition. 4. The measurable outcomes, including increase in agricultural productivity, fisheries output, and job creation, particularly for the youth and coastal communities. 5. Challenges encountered in implementing these programs and the measures taken to address them and enhance program effectiveness. Thank you.
Senator for Nyandarua County, the Honorable John Methu. That statement is dropped. Now, Honorable Senators, before I allow comments on those statements, allow me to communicate the following. Honorable Senators, would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon of a visiting delegation of lecturers and students from Masai Mara University in Narok County. The delegation comprises 4 lecturers and 154 students who are visiting the Senate for an academic exposition. On behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome to the delegation and wish them a fruitful visit. I will call upon the Majority Leader and 1 minute to extend a word of welcome.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you. I join you on behalf of the House to welcome the visiting comrades from Masai Mara University, Mr. Speaker, who are here this afternoon, and I hope they'll stay long enough to see business transacted. We have very interesting business this afternoon, including shortly, Mr. Speaker, where yours truly will be moving the Division of Revenue Bill. Mr. Speaker, one of the key organs or duties and reasons for existence of this House, Mr. Speaker, and subsequently members will debate and share their thoughts on that very important subject. So I hope that they'll be around long enough, Mr. Speaker, to engage, learn, interact. Many of us that are in this House, Mr. Speaker, trace our roots to leadership, to what we did as young student leaders, and that's why we are here today. So I hope they don't delay a minute in their active participation on their journey to leadership. I wish them well in everything that they pursue in their life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Again, Honorable Senators, before I allow comments, there is a bill that is time-bound and is contained in Order number 16. And therefore, pursuant to Standing Order 45-2, allow me to rearrange today's order paper. We will handle Order number 16 and thereafter resume the normal flow of today's order paper. Clerk. Yes, Senator for Kakamega.
Mr. Speaker, we feel that the office of the Sergeant of Arms might be embarrassing us in the public eye. Mr. Speaker, these proceedings from the time we came in are live. And yet students from another school have been here. You did not acknowledge them. You have acknowledged university students, which is okay. But what message are we sending to the children, especially with those schools, that you fail to recognize, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, we have to put our house in order so that our visitors must feel treated equally.
Clerk, take note of that. Yes, Senator for Nairobi City County.
Honorable Speaker, ordinarily that ruling that you've made is not something that is subject to debate, but I'm just wondering because, as the Majority Leader has correctly said, the Division of Revenue Bill is the very reason why we are here. And usually I have seen in previous years that debate on that particular bill spills over to the next sitting day. So I don't know how we'll be able to do that with the comment section and the statements that have been requested, because I'm sure Majority Leader knows that this is something that many senators would want to engage in. Number 2, Honorable Chair, there is a reason why that business had been stepped down just a few weeks ago, and I feel that just for the benefit of the House, Honorable Majority Leader, you should have given at least a brief on how we have come to reinstate this business on the floor, but not when you're moving. I think it is not fair, Majority Leader. Chair, protect me from the Majority Leader. I'm making a very brief point.
Can you make your point,
Chair?
Senator,
even when business is sponsored by the Majority Leader, he should not take it as his personal business. It's the business of this House. And because we made these decisions in a collegiate manner, don't ambush us. You can tell us that there was a meeting with the elders of the Kalenjin community or the Bukusu community, and that certain progress has been made. But don't just assume that because you are our leader, you just throw business around, because it was a decision of the House. Thank you, Chair.
Senator for Nairobi City County, you missed two very crucial meetings, and I accepted your apologies for missing those two meetings. It is during those two meetings that a decision was made. But the majority leader will, of course, explain, will inform you. Before he moves the bill, of course, he'll get a time to explain why this bill is now getting moved today. Now, we need to make progress. Senator Fernandi, what is your point of procedure?
Mr. Speaker, I rise under Standing Order 1, with your indulgence, and Article 110 of the Constitution on bills concerning county governments. This division of revenue bill is so critical, and that is why the Senate is here. When you look at Article 96, our role as a Senate is very critical. One, while I agree with, since I don't sit in SBC or leadership, while I agree with the explanation that majority leader might give, my position is very simple. This division of revenue, Mr. Speaker, I agree it might be time-bound, but I would imagine all the 67 senators would want to contribute and enrich the bill. So it will be unfair to rush through. Mr. Speaker, you remember in the last couple of financial years, there is a time in this House
Senator
that
Fernandi,
we didn't
Senator
agree
Fernandi,
on mediation.
Just hear the chair, Senator Fernandi.
Yes.
We are not rushing this bill.
Yes.
If all the 67 senators would wish to contribute to this bill, they will have an opportunity to do so. So we are not rushing.
Can I conclude, Speaker, so that I
You
get
may.
your Solomonic direction?
Yes, you may.
I appreciate you are a very wise man. Mr. Speaker, what I wanted to confirm is that while it is time-bound, it should not be lost to Kenyans that we have even failed to agree between both houses during mediation. And even this bill has extended, and I know majority leader has been around for some time, that even it has gone up to June, where we have failed to agree, Mr. Speaker. So would it be fair that the majority leader moves, but we should not be bound by the time and allow the 67 senators to agree? And finally, Speaker, as he explains on what transpired, is he must tell the country, because as a Senate we had said we would not debate or pass division of revenue until and unless the Council of Governors appear before the Senate to talk and respond to the questions of the audit. If that one will not happen on record, then we don't have any business sitting and this. And we will move that the majority leader steps down the bill again. And we will resist and reject.
Yes, Senator for Meru.
I think I was very fast more than the person giving me the mic, Honorable Speaker. I'm sorry. Honorable Speaker, I really understand the weight of the division of revenue bill. I know it takes that we should really deliberate and dispense of it. But, Mr. Speaker, looking at the standing order today, the division of revenue bill is under under paper 16. Sorry, under paper 16. Honorable Speaker, under paper 15 is the narcotic drugs and the psychotropic substances control amendment bill, Senate Bills number 1 of 2024. Honorable Speaker, I've really been queuing to move this bill, which really affects my county. Honorable Speaker, as much as I agree with the members that we really need to dispense off with the division of revenue bill, Honorable Speaker, also my bill is very, very critical, Honorable Speaker. So it has not been surpassed to move to the division of revenue bill, because the majority leader also, I was part of the meeting, but I can see has not convinced the members that we really need to debate this division of revenue bill. So, Mr. Speaker, as much as I agree with the members, let me also put my case that this Meru matter should also be discussed today, because I'm here to defend Meru and Mira farmers who have really suffered, Mr. Speaker. And if we agree now to move to division of revenue bill, which according to the members will take almost 3 days to debate, Mr. Speaker, I think my bill also will be surpassed again, and this will move to next week or after the recess, Mr. Speaker. So I want also to convince the Honorable Speaker and to seek indulgence that also maybe this bill can be discussed today before the division of revenue bill.
Senator Fomeru, your concerns have been noted. Clerk, proceed to call order number 16, please. Yeah, we'll come back to you. Senator Eddy, I will give you an opportunity. Clerk, proceed to call order number 16.
Order number 16, the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2026, second reading.
The Senate Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the Division of Revenue Bill, Senate Bill number...
What is so disorderly on the Majority Leader? Because he's not even uttered a word.
Have not even spoken.
Mr. Speaker, there are two people standing and I want to talk. I don't think it's appropriate. They must all sit. Two senators. Mr. Speaker, I want to go straight to the point because I don't want side shows from Senator Gerald Gay. Mr. Speaker, the honorable members of this House are very serious elected leaders of this House. These leaders made a determination based on a very dangerous reputational risk to this House on this bill that Senator Cheriot has gotten up to move. We made a decision as a House that not up until that issue is addressed in a collegiate way should this bill be reintroduced. Mr. Speaker, this bill is not about Senator Cheriot. It's not about Senator Sifuna. This bill is about the reputation of this House. At the very least, if there was even a small respect to this House by that committee or leadership that met, we should have been called as a House before even that matter is put in the business of the House for Kamukunji. You can't ambush us here and bring a bill, then the majority leader is going to explain to us a decision that has been taken that we are not behind and then move the same bill, Mr. Speaker. What are we taking this House for, Mr. Speaker? I beg, Mr. Speaker, that this bill must be stepped aside. We must be briefed, even in a Kamukunji, how a determination was made for this bill to come back and become into the order paper, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, we are not going to progress as a House when we take a decision on a reputation of this House and move this House in a proper manner, Mr. Speaker. I want to beg, Mr. Speaker, that you cannot explain to us while moving the bill. We cannot take it. That's disrespect to me. It's disrespect.
Senator Eddy, are you done?
Yes, I'm done, Mr. Speaker, but this bill cannot be moved up until you explain this issue in a Kamkunji, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Majority Leader, you may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I don't want to lose my cool, but Mr. Speaker,
Senator Omtata.
Look at this.
Order, honorable senators, order. Order, Senator Eddy. Order, you've made your point. Allow the majority leader to make his.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, when we rose on Thursday last week, or was it on Tuesday, we promised the House that as a leadership, we are going to consult. We will listen to what the Council of Governors say. And after we reach a consensus on certain conditions which the House wanted met, Mr. Speaker will resume business. I am the one who moved this House, Mr. Speaker, and said we cannot transact any business with the Council of Governors until they resume appearance before County Public Accounts Committee. Now that that matter is behind us, Mr. Speaker, I don't know how to shout back at Senator Eddy.
Order, honorable senators, more particularly Senator Eddy and Senator for Nairobi City County. Allow the majority leader to explain. Allow the majority leader to explain. Proceed, majority leader.
I did not complain particularly about the senator for Nairobi because I didn't hear him say anything. It is Senator Eddy who's becoming unruly this afternoon, Mr. Speaker. And I don't find that to be fair. Because, Mr. Speaker, in this House, we respect each other as colleagues. When he rose to speak, I listened to him. I may not necessarily agree with what he was saying, But I calmly sat back in my chair, listened to him. I believe it's only fair, Mr. Speaker, that when a colleague is speaking, particularly on important matters such as this, we accord them the opportunity to be heard without shouting back at them, particularly when we have young leaders such as this before us, Senator Eddy. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the point I was explaining is that when this House made that decision, since this matter began between us and the Council of Governors, there are certain conditions that as a House, as a leadership, we were extremely clear about. For me, because I've spoken on this matter perhaps more than any other colleague, is that I found it completely incomprehensible, Mr. Speaker, that a council can sit and say we shall not appear before a particular committee until such and such a member is moved. And I said that is not a matter that we shall ever meet anywhere to discuss. And I have resisted any attempts for mediation, including from very high offices, Mr. Speaker, because I believe in the importance of this House. So yesterday, when we met as a leadership for the last 2 weeks, we had representation from membership of the County Public Accounts and Public Investments. Both chairpersons were there. And we made it clear to the Council of Governors that while we hear the issues that you're raising, withdraw first the conditions that you had set, which is non-appearance before that particular committee, before we listen to you in any other matter. And they willingly agreed, Mr. Speaker, and said they shall be appearing before those committees as from today. Senator Moses Kajwang, who's the chair of Public Accounts Committee, was in that meeting. Senator Osotsi, a member of the chairperson of Public Investments Committee, you were in that committee, in the meeting, and we secured that commitment. Therefore, to me, Mr. Speaker, I see no reason why we need to hold the House hostage any further. Because, Mr. Speaker, my particular interest on division of revenue is that seeing the bill that is before us members, it is proposing 420. Yet we know that many of us believe, including our budget committee, that we need to get into a battle until we push the National Assembly to secure at the very minimum 450 billion for our counties, Mr. Speaker. And that takes time. That's why I want us to begin this process, Mr. Speaker. We proceed to mediation if it gets to that particular process, Mr. Speaker, and proceed. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to appreciate this opportunity, and should you permit, then I'll proceed to move, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2026, be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2026 was published in the Kenya Gazette, supplement number 14 of 2026 on 19th of February.
Honorable members, may the majority leader be heard in silence.
Was passed by the National Assembly on the 10th of March 2026 and referred to the Senate for consideration. The principal object of the bill is to provide for vertical sharing of revenue raised nationally between the national and the county governments for the financial year 2026 and 2027.
Order, honorable members, order.
203.
Senator Eddy, I gave you an opportunity to spoke what you had to speak. The explanation has been given. Order. Senator Eddy, leave the chamber immediately. Senator Eddy, leave the chamber. Leave the chamber immediately. Senator Eddy, leave the chamber. If you don't leave in the next few seconds, Sergeant at Arms, escort the member out of the chamber. Sergeant at Arms, kindly. Sergeant at Arms, as Senator Eddy walks out of the chamber, Nairobi City Senator, once Senator Eddie leaves, you'll have 1 minute to explain yourself. Sergeant at Arms. Senator Mazayo, kindly take your seat. Senator Mazayo. Senator Mazayo, take your seat. Order, honorable senators, let us be orderly. Take your seats. Yes, Senator for Nairobi City County.
Honorable Speaker, with the greatest respect, I feel that the majority leader might have misapprehended the nature of the objections that were being taken by the members. The objection was, Honorable Chair, that because the decision was a collegiate decision of the House, once the leadership of the House met, at the very minimum, the House should have been informed so that people know that at the next sitting, there is going to be this matter being reintroduced after everybody has been brought on board as to the reasons. Number two, Honorable Speaker, there are certain expectations that we would have, there are certain things we would have expected to happen. For instance, the manner in which the Council of Governors took and communicated their decision was such that it even resulted in defamation of members of this House. So our expectation would have been, Honorable Speaker, that once the leadership of this House and the leadership of the COG had agreed on a way forward, that the same prominence with which the COG put this matter out there, if they have agreed, for instance, the majority leader is reporting that they are going to take back the things that they have said, they should have done it in the same manner. That would be the expectation. In fact, if the members of this House would have seen the COG issuing a statement in the manner in which they issued the initial one, we would not be in this quagmire. Honorable Speaker, lastly, I feel that we as a leadership must also respect this House. I have been a great supporter of the majority leader on this matter. But unfortunately, Honorable Speaker, I was very taken aback to hear the majority leader in a public engagement using the very same words against members of this House that the Council of Governors has used on us. That was a bit disappointing from my perspective, and I must let him know officially, because these are not private matters, that you cannot use the same accusations that the Council of Governors was throwing at this House and knowing the decision that we have taken, and then you go and use the same words against your colleagues in this House. As a leader of this House, I thought that there you misspoke, and personally I feel like
Order. Allow the senator to conclude his thoughts.
I feel that the majority leader owes us an apology, and that is why.
Give me a minute to conclude.
I'm concluding, and that is why, Chair, you will see some resistance. That the majority leader, having done that, and the history of this matter being known to all of us, he cannot just stand up and then say he's moving the bill. Listen to us, majority leader. You are the leader of this House. Please listen to your members. Just listen to us. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator. Order. After that, we'll hear two ladies. Lady senators. Yes, Senator Kenya, it's back. The system is back.
Asante Bwana Spika kunipa fursa hii. Bwana Spika, kile ambacho kinafanya kuwe na huu mgogoro, Bwana Spika, ni kwa sababu Bwana Spika, wakati tuliketi hapa kama Seneti tulikubaliana, lakini baada ya kiongozi walio wengi kuja hapa, Bwana Spika, anasema ya kwamba wamekubaliana na magavana, lakini sisi hatukuhusishwa, Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo shida kubwa ni sisi hatukuhusishwa. Angelituambia, kwa sababu tuna vile ambavyo tunawasiliana katika jumba hili. Kama angetuambia hatungekuwa na shida, lakini yeye ni kama ana uongozi wa kiimla, Bwana Spika. Anakuja hapa anatuambia kwamba ninawaambia na nyinyi msikize, na anaendelea, Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, hiyo tutakataa leo, kesho kutwa mtondo na mtondogo tutakataa, lakini kwa sababu hakutuhusisha. Kwa hivyo, Bwana Spika, jambo geni ambalo alifanya, jambo baya ambalo alifanya ni kutokutuhusisha. Amemhusisha mwenyekiti, akamhusisha mwenyekiti huyu mwingine, basi akasema sisi wengine ni wafuasi, na sisi wafuasi tutakataa, Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo ni mpaka atuhusishe, atuambie ni nini waliongea na hawa magavana, na baada ya kuongea na hawa magavana ni mpaka watoe taarifa kwa vyombo vya habari, Bwana Spika. Vile ambavyo walitoa zile taarifa, wasitoe taarifa kwa kiongozi wa wengi katika jumba lake, Bwana Spika. Hilo tutakataa. Kwa hivyo tunahitaji taarifa kwa vyombo.
You've made your point, Senator Kinyua. Honorable Senator Kavindu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Asante sana kwa kunipa hii fursa niweze kuchangia, Bwana Speaker. Bwana Speaker, wakati tulikataa kudiscuss hii bill, tulikuwa wote hapa, na hata kama magavana wamekubali kutimiza yale tulisema watimize, tungeitwa kwanza Kamukunji, tuketi chini, tuelezewe ni nini ilitendeka, ni nini ilifanyika kabla haijawekwa kwa order paper. Na Bwana Speaker, hakika tukikubaliana kitu wote kwa jumla, ni lazima pia tuhusishwe wote. Ni vizuri tuko na leadership, lakini leadership hawajiongozi wenyewe, wanatuongoza sisi, na sisi hapa tunahitaji kuhusishwa ili tuwe tunajua tunakuja kuongelelea nini. Na Bwana Speaker, kama hii jambo itaendelea, Eddie arudishwe kwa nyumba, kwa sababu Eddie hafai kutolewa kwa nyumba kwa sababu ya kutetea hii. Na Bwana Speaker, tunasema kabla hii haijaendelea na haijasomwa hapa na majority leader, ni lazima tuite Kamukunji, hata kama ni saa hii, tuongelelee wote ndio iweze kuletwa tena kwa order paper. Bila hiyo, Bwana Speaker, tutatoka wote nje.
Senator Kavindu, you're totally out of order on your last limb of your contribution. You are doing so well until you started being an advocate of your colleague. Senator Beatrice.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you for giving us the opportunity to hear from us. And Honorable Speaker, just as my colleagues have said, we made a decision in plenary here. And Honorable Speaker, the leaders are not leading themselves. They lead members of the Senate. Honorable Speaker, one issue I take with the Council of Governors is the manner in which they made their information. Honorable Speaker, they had a press conference. They spelled out names of colleagues from this House. They declared that they were not coming to the committee. And Honorable Speaker, it gave a picture that them or us as a Senate have a choice on when to go to a committee or whether to go to a committee or not. And Honorable Speaker, you know, we do not have that choice. It is upon that, Honorable Speaker, that I put my prayers to you that a communication be made to the members first before we move to the next step. Honorable Speaker, a number of our colleagues were also, especially the head of my delegation, Senator Moses Kajwang. I remember his name being splashed by this same COG. I would prefer that they had raised a presser and they rescind those decisions they had made publicly. And Honorable Speaker, they declare to the nation that now they are coming back to attend to committee sitting. Honorable Speaker, that is my prayer to you.
Senator Rober.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for giving me also the opportunity to weigh in on this issue. Mr. Speaker, I would like to, acknowledge the fact that there ought to have been some consultation to brief the senators as to what transpired between the governors and the senators. But, Honorable Speaker, I would wish to inform, using the principle of utmost faith, 12 senators sat with governors on behalf of the Senate. Even though there are gaps in terms of the Senate was supposed to be briefed with the outcome of what has happened. But even though that has not happened, I do not believe it should have translated into us shouting at each other, because the interest we represent is solidly one interest, that of the population of this republic. Honorable Speaker, I want to plead with my colleagues, the honorable senators, not to start suspecting each other. Whatever you think we should have spoken, because I was in that committee of 12. The Deputy Speaker, listen, the Deputy Speaker was in that committee. Honorable, Honorable Senator Kavindu, while you're talking, we listen. It's just respectful, you listen. Honorable Speaker, there are 12 members of this House that through your wisdom you selected to sit with the governors. The interest that was supposed to be represented of this Senate was represented effectively. I know the point of concern was we should have briefed the senators what transpired. As to the name calling and other issues, it happened both ways. Maybe a group started, but we did not spare the governors also. And we've had discussions and we've concluded in the interest of the Senate that our primary responsibility is we have sworn to represent the county government as required. And that is the mandate we are seeking to execute, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would wish on behalf of the 12 members of this Senate that sat with the governors, I would wish to really apologize for not having briefed the House as to the outcome of what has happened, and plead with the Senate to understand in good faith that we've represented you very well, and whatever you are to speak, and honorable colleagues, and in the presence of members like Kajwang, Osotsi, your interest has been seriously represented. In terms of articulation of the issues of concern. Sijaribu.
Order, honorable senators. Order.
Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kavindu, kindly take your seat.
Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, on behalf of that committee that's represented the Senate, we extend our apologies for not having briefed you as members. And I would wish to plead with the members to make sure that we're able to prosecute the agendas of representation. Honorable Speaker, the House is not conducting itself with decorum, Mr. Speaker. As I've said, we have prosecuted your issues. We extend our apologies, and I would like to plead with the Senate to allow the majority leader to be able to prosecute this matter, which is an issue that we
Order,
want to
Senator
proceed.
Fernandi. Order.
Honorable Speaker, I submit.
Order. Senator Fatuma Dulo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me confirm to the House I'm not part of the 12 that sat down with the governors. Number one, Mr. Speaker, I sit in House Business Committee, and these matters severally were discussed at that level. And I know even if there were underlying issues, Mr. Speaker, I am really grateful to you and the House leadership, the position you have taken for the unity of this House and dignity of this House. Mr. Speaker, in the interest of the matter before us, and I know it's an oversight also on the part of the leadership to have briefed the House, we need votes. We need to pass this agenda for the purpose of the unity of this particular agenda and the unity of the House. Can we break for 5 minutes so that we can clear the air? I thank you. Without camera.
Mr. Speaker, you can allow, please.
Senator Fomeru.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, issues raised by the members are really weighty. And Mr. Speaker, I want to confirm that I was a part of the leadership that met the Council of Governors amidst to other Senate leadership. But Mr. Speaker, I think there was some disconnect. We met 2 days and we made very nice discussions and we came up with good resolutions. But Mr. Speaker, I think it is important to also afford the membership of this House an opportunity also to get to know the resolutions, what we discussed, and Mr. Speaker, that will really move out these impasse that we have now, Mr. Speaker, so that we can make progress. Let us not be seen as if, Honorable Speaker, can you protect me from...
Senator Kavindu. Order, Senator Kavindu, order. Senator Fomeru, you may proceed to conclude.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, what I was saying is that it is important for this House, let us move together as a House, Honorable Speaker. If at all the majority leader can take some minutes and give resolutions of whatever we discussed yesterday, I think it will be accorded time to give resolutions for 10, 15 minutes. And then members can be able now to move together with the leadership of this House, Mr. Speaker, so that, even if we discuss, we move this motion, this motion, or this needs a lot of support from the membership, Mr. Speaker. So I will really imply my colleague, Majority Leader, maybe before moving this motion, Mr. Speaker, to give the House the resolutions, the discussion that we had, so that members can have that comfort. Let it not be seen like the leadership went into a certain kamkunji with the Council of Governors and agreed on matters that the members are not aware, Honorable Speaker. I want the Chair CPIC, agree with the members also, so that also your committee can get support at the committees and also when your issues are brought in this forum, Mr. Speaker. I think it will not cost us some few minutes to do that. And personally, I really wanted to apologize. Sorry? I want to apologize to the membership of this House because I was part of that team, that was an oversight, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, no, it's your worker, and therefore, let us really move together on this matter, Mr. Speaker. Yeah? From where I come from, tunasema kwa Kiswahili, ile mjinga tu ndiye hawezi bandilika, ndiye abandilishi mambo yake. Let me move.
Senator.
No, he wants to move that.
Not suspend, but you just give resolutions and then we move on.
Order. Senator Mundege, just take your seat. Take your seat. We can only move as a house, Senator Fernandi. How else do we move? Yeah, Senator Robert, before you move, allow me to communicate this. Now, Honorable Senators, Senator Kinyua, understanding Order 122, a senator commits an act of gross disorderly conduct if the senator A defies a ruling or direction of the Speaker or chairperson of a committee. Understanding Order 122.2, the Speaker shall call a senator whose conduct is grossly disorderly to order and shall order the senator to withdraw immediately from the premises of Parliament. And on the first occasion, for a maximum of 3 sitting days, including the sitting day of suspension. Now, Honorable Senators, Senator Eddie Okech, having persistently defied the direction of the Speaker, and the Speaker having had to order the Sergeant-at-Arms to escort him out of the chamber, the Senator's conduct squarely falls under the operation of Standing Order 122.2a and is therefore suspended for 3 sitting days, including today. Senator Roba, you may proceed.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I rise in line with Standing Order 38 that touches on request for temporary suspension of sitting for 10 minutes for the reasons that preceded this discussion to allow a bit of consultation. Honorable Speaker, I submit.
Yes.
And I request Senator Edwin Sifuna to second.
The request has been put to the Nairobi City County Senator.
Speaker, it would have been better for the leader of minority to do it, but I second.
Thank you. So, Honorable Senators, we need no debate this procedural motion. With your consensus, I may proceed to put the question. Honorable Senators, with your... Should I proceed to put the question and not allow debate on it? Yes, Senator Mazayo, if you speak to it, then you'll have to allow your colleagues also to speak to it. Now, Senator for Kilifi County, just take a seat. Before I allow you to say something, the motion having been proposed and seconded, I will now propose the question that the Senate suspends its sitting for 10 minutes to allow consultation on the issue of the Division of Revenue Bill and thereafter resume its business. Now, Senator Mazayo, the floor is open, but this is what I said. If I allow you to speak to this motion, I need to allow your colleagues who have something to say also to speak to the motion. Otherwise, then you allow me to put the question. Because if I allow you, Senator Mazayo, I'll have no moral standing whatsoever denying an opportunity to any of your colleagues who would wish. Unless as a House you allow only Senator Mazayo to speak and thereafter I put the... Senator Fonandi, the reason why we are going to Akamkunji is to allow you to say exactly what you want to say now. Yes, the senator will speak during the Kamkunji. So then, honorable senators, I'll put the question, which is that the Senate suspends its sitting today for 15 minutes and thereafter resume its business. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Siendi.
the schedule, the allocations are a total of 2.9 trillion, 1,874,758 as follows: to the national government, 2.4 trillion as its share of national revenue raised nationally, to the equalization fund. And Mr. Speaker, last weekend, I don't know if Senator Chute is in the house. I can't see him. We were in Northhor with him. And while there, the citizens of Marsabit, actually one of them, and it's particularly challenging, Mr. Speaker, that I didn't know how closely ordinary citizens follow the work of this House. And just a common citizen, somebody who at face value would easily disregard us, maybe with very little information of what happens in the country, actually walked up to me and said, Leader of Majority, please conclude on the stalemate on the equalization fund. Because even as we speak about the equalization fund of 10 billion for the next approved revenue, which is 2022-2023, I'm sure all of you know the history of what is it called, equalization fund, and why this year we are appropriating now 2022-2023, Mr. Speaker, because of the many court cases. I need not go to that history, and I don't want to lose my point. The point is this, Mr. Speaker, that as we discuss and think about the allocation to equalization fund of 10,250,000,000, Mr. Speaker, we are yet to conclude actually for 2020-2021 because of a stalemate between the two houses. And Senator Roba, perhaps as you rise to second the motion, you will guide the House on what as a committee you are proposing to us as a way of concluding this. I've just told you an ordinary citizen walked up to me in Northhorn and asked that as a Senate, we need to conclude that business. That tells you how closely people follow the business that we transact in this House. Then the bullseye of the bill, the proposal from the National Assembly, Mr. Speaker, is 420 billion, which I will be quick to propose, Mr. Speaker, but I have made my point on where I think that figure ought to be, and I'll be awaiting the report from our members in Budget and Finance. I can see Senator Faki is in the House and is a member of that committee. They will guide us home on how to achieve that requirement, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have not just picked a figure out of the air and are proposing whatever figure. I want to believe that just like in the previous years, each time our departmental committee on budget and finance has come back to us with a proposal on division of revenue, it's normally followed by a very sound and well-reasoned thinking as to why that particular figure has been reached. And therefore, I expect that as we move after the second reading and as we move to amending the bill, Mr. Speaker, should the committee guide us to get there, and I have made it quite abundantly clear before all and sundry that that's my understanding as Senator for Kericho, as a champion for devolution, and as leader in the House, that that needs to be the route that we pursue, Mr. Speaker, that they will give us the justification so that we just don't sit here and pontificate and say, oh, should be figure X, Y, or Z, that there is good justification for it, Mr. Speaker, as to why that particular figure is what we are proposing. Our counties, Mr. Speaker, despite all the challenges and the wrong things that are going on in our counties, including the very matter we were discussing a few minutes ago, this Senate, from the time I joined up to date, senators have been quite unequivocal that performance of individual governors shall never be the basis upon which Senate stands up for devolution. That it is upon us to be happy with the performance of this or the other senator for us to push a particular position. That it is a firm belief by conviction of the operational general reason of the House, Mr. Speaker, that we must continue to devolve as much resources as possible back to the ordinary citizens, Mr. Speaker, up and until such a time that citizens will feel direct impact, Mr. Speaker, of devolution. And that needs to be quite clear, that despite our misgivings about performance of county governments, the challenges therein, the issues that are raised on accountability, Mr. Speaker, that as a House we shall continue to push for more resources. If it was not for the resolve of the Senate, Mr. Speaker, I don't think we will be at 420 today. Perhaps we would be just barely on or at exactly 15% of the last audited accounts, Mr. Speaker. But given the progress that you are making, Mr. Speaker, I see no reason why in the next 2 to 3 years, and it's my prayer to God that many of us will still be in this House to see the day actually devolution clocks 1 trillion shillings, or even at least half a trillion for a start, Mr. Speaker. We need to have a big celebration the day we finally pass a mediated version, because I cannot fathom or I cannot imagine that perhaps there will be a day where we will agree or we'll get a proposal from the National Assembly with a bill that begins at 500 billion, Mr. Speaker. There will always be this push and pull until our colleagues reach a point of understanding between us and them. But be that as it may, Mr. Speaker, I believe that it is important that we begin this process so that members speak to it, say that which they want to be done, and then eventually, subsequently, Mr. Speaker, once we are done with this, we can move on, Mr. Speaker, and should Senator Faki's Committee of Budget and Finance guide us appropriately, Mr. Speaker, we'll be up and ready for mediation. And therefore, since this is a very straightforward bill, and I don't want to spend a lot of time, especially given the fact that we've lost quite some time in the events of the afternoon, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be now read a second time. I hereby request the Chairperson of Budget and Finance, Senator Ali Roba, Captain, to second. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair of Budget and Finance.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I move to second this bill, and largely because of 3 critical reasons. Mr. Speaker, the proposal by the bill that was passed by the National Assembly proposes only to add about 5 billion shilling from 415 to 420, which is not even adequate to cater for the IPPD system integrated payroll automatic wage drift consideration. Mr. Speaker, I also second because during the budget policy statement which this House passed, in the wisdom of the House passed 454 billion 773,157,879. And Mr. Speaker, the bill proposes the same to be maintained. Honorable Speaker, I also support the position of the bill from the perspective of the fact that the Salaries and Remuneration Commission has given 3rd and 4th cycle of salary increment to county governments, which counties are required to comply. And it's non-discretionary expenditure on the county government. Mr. Speaker, I also support, I rise to support because a clause that was in the previous division of revenue that was meant to shield any reduction should there be any revenue shortfall in the collections of the national government be borne by the national government was removed from the bill, and the report from the committee, Honorable Speaker, includes adding that clause that is protectional clause in line with Article 219 of the Constitution, which stipulates that county allocation should be transferred without delay or deduction to guarantee predictability of funds flow to the county government. Honorable Speaker, the committee also included correction of an error in the bill that was sent to us by the National Assembly, which included 8.96 meant for health workers in line with, funds follow function. That was erroneously included in Division of Revenue Bill, which actually only deals with vertical share of revenue and not horizontal share of revenue. and within the report, the committee recommends that to be moved to county additional allocation. Honorable Speaker, I second.
Very well, Senator Ruba. So, Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2026, be now read a second time. So, Honorable Senators, I now open the floor for contributions. We start with Senator Chelagay.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity. This is a more straightforward bill on the issue of division of revenue, Mr. Speaker. And I would, as we had said, I want to thank the majority leader, the mover, and the seconder, the chairperson of committee, Senator Roba, and the party leader of UDM, Mr. Speaker. And also, I'm told in our small circles, in our chai tea sessions, is the branch chairperson of COG in the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to make the following observations, Mr. Speaker. The following, and of course, he has a wealth of experience, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, Senator Chalagay, there is a point of order from Senator Mohamed Ifak.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we know Senator and former Governor Ibrahim Roba, captain and party leader of UDM, as a straightforward person. He has no responsibility as a member of the Council of Governors.
Senator Chalagay, when there is a point of order, you should resume your seat and give the member.
Is the senator in order to insinuate that Senator Roba is a part and parcel of the Council of Governors, yet he's an independent senator? Thank you.
Senator Kenywa John.
Bwana Spika, mimi nashuku mahali Senator Chalagay anakunywa chai, kwa sababu mimi namjua Senator Roba kama senator ambaye anafanya kazi yake ya useneta. Mambo ya ugavana aliwacha baada ya kuhudumu kwa mihula miwili kwa ujasiri na uaminifu. Kwa hivyo anapoambiwa katika sehemu za chai, sijui, lakini sijui anakunywa chai wapi, Bwana Spika. Pengine ni yuko Kirinyaga Road, pengine sijui, lakini mahali anakunywa chai.
Senator Chalagay, ifafanua vyenye ulisema vizuri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I made that comment in jest, appreciating that the UDM party leader is a former governor, and he has a lot of friends in Council of Governors. That's what I just meant. I didn't make it in bad faith. Unless he denies that fact.
I can see as he doesn't feel any offense, so proceed.
Okay. You can even feel he is very excited and he is laughing broadly, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, just a minute. Senator Roba.
Honorable Speaker, the way a statement is made clearly indicates whether it was made in good faith or otherwise. While I will gladly accept to be associated with governors, having been a governor for the last 10 years, I would wish to really get Honorable Senator Chelagay to explain when he said, I am a branch chair of the Council of Governors in the Senate. I really want him to substantiate. Maybe he will convince me that that is a position I should hold, but I want him to really substantiate, because that was not said in good faith from the Honorable Senator Chelagay.
Senator Chelagay, you either substantiate or withdraw and apologize unconditionally.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know why Senator Roba is very choosy today, because when I appreciated that he's a party leader, he didn't have a problem. But when I said he's the branch chair, in quotes, Mr. Speaker, I don't find offense, but I know a number of governors who have. But I made it in good faith, that statement. I didn't mean to demean or bring disrepute against the distinguished senator of Mandera, who is my personal friend, and he has hosted me severally in Mandera. So we wish him well. Mr. Speaker, as I support this bill, it concerns counties, and I want to, Mr. Speaker, say in the last financial year...
the statement that he is a branch chair.
Mr. Speaker, I can rephrase and say he's a branch chair.
Even now that you have a privilege to use the VIP podium.
Yes.
You know you're on the VIP podium, so you shouldn't be able to really withdraw that remark.
No, I can withdraw and replace it that is the branch chair in court, which is in good faith. Mr. Speaker, let me say the following about this bill. This is a straightforward matter bill, and since many members would want to contribute to it, Mr. Speaker, Kenyans should know that the reason we demand for accountability is the resources we devolve, Mr. Speaker. The resources we give governors are so critical and very important. And I don't know why governors have a problem, Mr. Speaker, when we disperse money here, they don't have a problem. In fact, they applaud us, they praise the Senate for increasing allocation to counties. But when we demand for accountability, for transparency of those resources, Mr. Speaker, they find it a problem. But yet Article 96, Mr. Speaker, is very clear that Senate shall participate in division of revenue, which we are doing now. Mr. Speaker, it should participate in legislation, in representation and oversight. Mr. Speaker, governors don't have a problem with the first three. But when it comes to oversight, to demand for accountability, for transparency, for prudent use, Mr. Speaker, for prudent use of resources. Mr. Speaker, and I wish that the Senator of Isiolo was here. There was in the audit report, and this is a report that is tabled under Article 229, that the county government of Isiolo, for example, allocated some amount to feed the wild animals. Is that the prudent use of resources? Is it? It is not, in our own opinion, Mr. Speaker. Because how do you feed wild animals? Where will you go and did an audit of a lion and tell a lion, come here, how many kilos of meat was bought by the county government of Isiolo? Like in Vihiga, Mr. Speaker, where my brother, Senator Sosi, and I can see he's too tired today. I suspect he had a lot of work he was doing over the weekend, Mr. Speaker. The governor allocated 5 million for housewarming, and it was in the audit report of 2024-2025 for the Speaker's opening of the House. Is that prudent use of resources? It is not. Because when you talk about oversight, you must talk about accountability, transparency, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and therefore, in Vihiga, for example, in Nandi, the governor allocated 41 million in financial year 2023-2024 on car hire services. Is that a prudent use of resources, Mr. Speaker? Over bursary, for example. Over the pathetic roads that are in Nandi, Mr. Speaker. Over the illegal sacking of 1,800 employees in Nandi County, Mr. Speaker. So what we are critiquing, Mr. Speaker, while we agree that the Senate has agreed, and I'm happy the chairperson of County Public Investment Committee, Senator Utsosi, is in the House, Mr. Speaker, is we want to look at the accountability, the transparency, and the prudent use of resources, Mr. Speaker. And it is very critical, Mr. Speaker, that as the chair of CPIC and my chair of CPAC, we must say we disperse this amount to Meru, for example. Is it used prudently? You know, the issue is not even about disbursement. Is it used within legally, lawfully, effectively, and prudently, Mr. Speaker? And therefore, the chair of CPIC, Mr. Speaker, through you, must note that although I saw over the weekend, Mr. Speaker, in Vihiga and Kisumu, the faction led by Senator Utsosi was busy doing AI-generated photos of their political rallies in Vihiga and Kisumu, not reflecting the reality on the House, Mr. Speaker. And I suspect since Senator Utsosi was busy doing AI generation of photos, might have affected. Mr. Speaker,
Senator
the point...
Why is your contribution generating a lot of point of orders? Can you be stop being diversionary, Senator Cherege? Yes, Senator.
Mr. Speaker, you know, sometimes we must take our debates very seriously. This bill before us is a very, very serious bill, very critical. And it is important that my good friend Cherege focuses on the content of the bill and the relevance of debate instead of dwelling into propaganda. We do not do, as Linda Ground, Mr. Speaker, we do very organic rallies. We don't transport people. If you look around our meetings, you'll never see yellow buses. Our people come to our meetings on their own, and we don't spend money. So it is not fair for Senator Cherargei to use the floor of this House to make negative insinuations about our rallies. I wish he was there in Kisumu and he would see the huge mammoth crowds that were all over Kisumu town welcoming us. And you remember last week, he stood in this house and said that we will not even get to Kisumu. They will finish us in Vihiga before we get to Kisumu. I want to remind him, we had a very successful meeting in Vihiga, and we made a major triumphant entry into Kisumu. And that tells you that indeed one term is a reality.
Senator Sosi, you know, you must really stand on a point of order. That is very clear. Yeah? But familiarize yourself, Senator Cherargei, standing under 120. Irrelevance. So can you just speak to this important motion? And then you stop diverting to other censures.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't divert. In fact, I was referring to him through you as the chair of CIPIC. That as a house, while we disperse, we must be prudent use, accountability, and transparency. Mr. Speaker, and that is very important. And the fact that they did AI generation of photos is not in question, Mr. Speaker. And it is very critical. And I'm surprised, Mr. Speaker, because he has mentioned, then why were the goons beating him up in Kisumu? If they love him in Kisumu, that's a question for another day. Mr. Speaker, there is an increment of 415 billion, Mr. Speaker. And Kenyans and citizens, wherever they are, in Mombasa County, where Senator Crystal Asige comes from, in my brother's county, Kilifi, God willing, will be there for Senate Mashinani in September, must know that even in Meru, where you are the respected Jurincheke, with distinction, Mr. Speaker, we are going to increase, even in Nakuru, we are going to increase a whopping 5 billion. And in the last, Kenyans should know that Senate is doing their job. We are pushing for more resources. Mr. Speaker, the Bible says, to whoever much is given, much is expected, Mr. Speaker, as the Bible says. So as we increase money from 415 billion to 420 billion, we will demand a more higher accountability, prudent use of resources, and transparency, Mr. Speaker, with integrity. That is very important, Mr. Speaker. On, you know, on Linda Ground, Linda Mashinani, whichever, which one?
Do you wish to be informed by Senator Mandago?
No, he looks today excited to inform me. I wouldn't decline.
Senator Mandago.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I just wanted to inform Senator Cherargei that the proposal of the Senate through the Finance Committee is actually 454 billion.
Senator Cherargei, I thought you were aware of those figures by now.
No, Mr. Speaker, I was coming home. I was just driving it hot. I wanted to bring it home, and thank you, Senator Mandago, for bringing it home for me. Because, Mr. Speaker, I was just showing Kenyans what the committee and the Senate, and also the agreement, because we also have National Assembly, who are sometimes obstacle to the more allocation of resources to counties. And I agree that, in fact, the intention of the Senate is against 4 trillion budget, the national budget. We should have had, Mr. Speaker, almost 450 billion. And it has never changed, Mr. Speaker. It is after consultation, and I wish I was not here, but I didn't listen so much on the chairperson of Finance Committee, Senator Roba, on the basis and the thinking of their reports. But I know, because we live in a reality, Mr. Speaker, we don't live in a vacuum. We know there is a public debt of Kenya shillings more than 10 trillion that Kenyans are being owed, Mr. Speaker. by the national government. And most of the revenue that we generate as a country, Mr. Speaker, is normally being given, Mr. Speaker, to pay the public debt. That is 10 trillion Kenya shillings. And I think there are many factors, the economic growth, the collection by revenue, Kenya Revenue Authority, Mr. Speaker. And I want to appreciate, Mr. Speaker, that those are some of the aspects that but the position of the Senate, and I want to agree, in fact, as we go, Mr. Speaker, we can forestall or create crisis under Article 110 of the Constitution. I want to propose, and I hope the chairperson of Finance, Senator Roba, is listening to this, that will bring an amendment to still insist that the Senate position is that counties must be given 450 billion Kenya shillings, additional 35 billion from what we gave last financial year. Because in the last financial year, Mr. Speaker, you are aware, we had allocated counties 415 billion. This, the Senate now moves and directs that we increase the allocation to counties from 415 billion to 450 billion, an additional 35 billion. The proposal of 420 billion, Mr. Speaker, is, Mr. Speaker, and I always ask myself, who takes care, who babysits, who protects devolution? I thought it should be Senate. But from the argument, it looks like National Assembly are more concerned about money that is taken to counties as opposed to the money that is given to national government. National Assembly, Mr. Speaker, should be oversighting the national government. I saw a statement from Senator Mwenda Gataya about Mathare Hospital, where the services are poor here in Nairobi, Mr. Speaker. It is very unfortunate that Mathare National Referral Hospital has those challenges, Mr. Speaker. So the question is, the National Assembly Health Committee should tell us what is happening in Mathare, Mr. Speaker. But I want to appreciate, Mr. Speaker, some of the politicians in this country should be customers and clients of Mathare Mental Hospital, Mr. Speaker. Because what they normally say over the weekend, Mr. Speaker, borders to mental disturbances by some of the politicians, Mr. Speaker. They need to visit Mathare Hospital, mental, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, it should be on record that, Mr. Speaker, some of the comments you hear over the weekend in political rallies, I want to appeal that Mathare National Referral Hospital for mental wellness, for treating mental diseases, Mr. Speaker, should be given necessary support. And I'm proposing that we create a VIP section of Mathare Hospital to accommodate some of these politicians who are inciting members of the public, who are making reckless statements, who are making tribal, ethnic remarks, Mr. Speaker. Even yesterday, Mr. Speaker, you saw at the court that one of the petitioner's lawyers of the impeached deputy president called this house goons. Are we goons, Mr. Speaker? And I was embarrassed that the senator of Kiambu was sitting next to the impeached deputy president, Mr. Speaker. He should have given a serious bout of ngumi so that he can protect. We are not goons, Mr. Speaker. So the point I'm trying to make is very simple. That the resources we allocate, we don't want to use goonism to oversight. We want to use a process of oversight as per the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, we need to ensure that allocation of resources, both at national and county, should look equal, Mr. Speaker, because we are increasing this amount based on the national interest, Mr. Speaker, based on the Article 203, Article 10, Mr. Speaker, and the functions. Mr. Speaker, number 3, while we appreciate we are increasing, you have to appreciate that we have, Mr. Speaker, the Kenya National Library Services, there is a serious clawback, Mr. Speaker, and you have to appreciate this, of devolved functions. Like health, Mr. Speaker, I don't see any reason why the national government should have a huge budget on health, Mr. Speaker. That when you combine 47 counties, you find that it doesn't even go to a quarter or a third of national budget, Mr. Speaker. If we have devolved from dispensary, level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5 hospitals has been devolved. Mr. Speaker, you appreciate that in the last session, I don't know whether this session, we had passed a law that every county, the national government must and construct national referral hospitals. We need Meru level 5 to be a county referral hospital, managed and run by the national government, so that we release pressure on Kenyatta National Referral Hospital. so that we release on the issue of Mbagati Referral Hospital. We release Embu. Embu level 5, Mr. Speaker, should be a county referral hospital so that the resources we go there, the national government can function, Mr. Speaker. I'm talking about division of revenue at both levels of government. Mr. Speaker, I don't know what is wrong with our machines today. They have been letting us down. Mr. Speaker, I don't know what is happening, and we have complained about it. Mr. Speaker, even Kapsabet County Referral Hospital should be handed over to national government so that we ease pressure to Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital. Even Kakamega County Referral Hospital should be completed and handed so that we release tension to Moi Teaching and Referral. Mr. Speaker, and you are aware Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital is not doing very, very well. There is issues of bad governance, corruption, and many other challenges, just like Madare Hospital, Mr. Speaker. So I'm making this with a lot of tremendous respect, that National Assembly should know, and I'm not discussing them, I'm aware of standing orders, just as a fair comment, Mr. Speaker. They should know that oversight does not mean stifling resources to counties. It is not in any way. Mr. Speaker, another pregnant and important point that I wanted to make on the issue of the small counties. Vihiga, I don't know whether Vihiga was one of them. We have Elgeyo Marakwet, we have Isiolo, we have Lamu, Mr. Speaker, a number of small counties that we did make allocation. We must look at them, Mr. Speaker, so that when my brother Ososi becomes the governor, he has enough resources to run the county government. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, on 1st May, we'll be doing Labor Day celebrations in Vihiga County. So these disparities of economics that we see, Mr. Speaker, is very critical, and it is very important in terms of expenses that we are pushing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it has to come to attention, because I am seeing time is fast spent, that one of the forgetting something, we are forgetting, Mr. Speaker. And I want to challenge the chairperson of Finance and Budget Committee. We need, and I've seen the vice chair has just walked in. We need also to be told the place of own source revenue. Because counties and governors normally go and tell the people in the village, you know, pesa ijakuja kutoka Nairobi, sorry for using with the indulgence, ijatoka Nairobi. Yet they are not telling Kenyans that they collect own source revenue. There is what we call conditional allocation, Mr. Speaker. I know we have passed the law. So, Mr. Speaker, we must look at the allocation that we give counties, Mr. Speaker. From equitable shareable revenue, additional allocation, conditional allocation, and own source revenue, and any other kind of donation, Mr. Speaker. So I hope, Mr. Speaker, the chairperson and the UDM party leader, Senator Roba, should come with a report after the DORA bill to brief the House. And I've said in Public Accounts Committee, I remember when he was the governor, he used to appear before me. And our only concern, Mr. Speaker, and it is the concern of all of us, is that all counties are missing the targets of their own source revenue. For example, Mr. Speaker, under the CRA revenue potential, Nairobi is supposed to be collecting 63 billion. But they are collecting 13 billion, and they celebrate. Machakos is supposed to be collecting more than 7 billion, but they are collecting less than 4 billion. Same to Meru, same to Nandi, same to Vihiga, same to Kirinyaga, Mr. Speaker. And I'm saying this, and even Embu, Mr. Speaker. I'm saying this, that we must push governors, that when set a target of own source revenue, they must achieve it, Mr. Speaker. It cannot be that they over-rely. My prayer, Mr. Speaker, is we will go into the future that counties will collect own source revenue until they don't need equitable shareable revenue from Nairobi. Mr. Speaker, another dangerous issue that we have noted is governors and the FIF funds, Mr. Speaker, facility improvement funds. Mr. Speaker, I was shocked. For example, the governor of Homa Bay, when he appeared before us, was happy that he had collected 1.2 billion through own source revenue, Mr. Speaker. But the governor had collected only 800 million from hospitals. So does it mean when you collect more from hospitals, it is dangerous? Because the disease burden is very high. And I want to call upon the chair of finance should tell us when a county comes, over 3/4 is from hospitals. Should we celebrate as a country? No. It means the disease burden is very high. The dependency is very high, Mr. Speaker, and therefore, based on the on-source revenue and the fact that we passed Facility Improvement Act, Mr. Speaker, is very important. Mr. Speaker, in the interest of my colleagues, I beg to support, and also I'll bring an amendment to ensure that we get 450 billion to our counties. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, Senator Ososi. Chair CPIC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me also make my comments on this very important bill, the Division of Revenue Bill 2026. Mr. Speaker, as you all know, this is a bill that allocates the money between the two levels of government, the national government and the county government. And this bill proposes that 420 billion be allocated to the 47 counties. Mr. Speaker, this is only 5 billion higher than what was allocated in the last financial year. That is 2025-2026. And when we came to this House, 2022-2023, we allocated 370 billion to the counties. And now this bill proposes 420. That in 5 years, it means we have only managed to allocate 50 billion within the 5 years. Now that translates to 10 billion per year, which is very little money to our counties. I want to start on a disappointing note, Mr. Speaker, that the 420 billion that is proposed here is far much lower than what CRA had proposed. CRA had proposed 458 billion. The committee, chaired by my able friend Senator Roba, Finance Committee, has proposed 454 billion. Mr. Speaker, when the committee proposes a high amount, we all get excited about it. But when the bill goes to mediation, they always come with a lower figure, much lower. If there is any improvement, it goes up maybe by a few billions, 5 billion or something like that. We hope this time that those who will be on the mediation committee will push for a higher figure, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that because there are important issues that we must give judicial notice. The first issue, Mr. Speaker, you know that this House worked extremely hard through our two committees, the CPAC and CPIC, to ensure that we process the audit reports in line with Article 229 of the Constitution, which says that within 3 months after the publication of the audit report, then the Houses of Parliament must debate, examine, and take appropriate action. We have done that. But has that translated into the computation of division of revenue? The answer is no. Because the figures that have been used here are for the latest approved audit report by the National Assembly, which is 2022-2023. That is about 3 years behind, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the essence of Article 229 and the judgment of the court, because there was a court ruling that the Houses must strictly adhere to Article 229. If we have adhered to Article 229 as a Senate, and now we are proposing to share lower money to our counties because we are using the audit report approved by the National Assembly for 2022-2023. This is something that this House must take notice, that the House has complied in terms of Article 229, but the National Assembly is not complying. And if the National Assembly is not complying, then basically what it means, Mr. Speaker, is that this bill we are actually debating today is unconstitutional because it has not complied to Article 229 of the Constitution. It has only used the figures for 2022, 2023, and that is not in line with the Article 229 of the Constitution. So I want to, even as governors have been fighting with us on attending the two committee meetings, one of the things that they overlooked is that actually if they complied and we met the deadline of 31st of March, they should have actually gone to court to compel the National Assembly to comply so that the figures that will be used to compute the division of revenue will be the latest audited accounts. I think in the next division of revenue, which will be coming when you are almost campaigning to be elected in different positions, we must insist on compliance to Article 229 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, then the ruling of the court on the matter of 229, if applied to this division of revenue, it means this division of revenue is actually unconstitutional. The second issue that we need to take judicial notice is that there is this document that I and members of the Linda Mwananchi, we have been pushing hard. The 10 points agenda that was signed between the late party leader of ODM, Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, and the President William Ruto. They made a commitment in writing that with effect from the financial year 2024-2025, counties will get 450 billion. Now, that never happened in 2024-2025. It never happened in 2025-2026. And now we are actually going to the last division of revenue, probably the second last division of revenue before we go to the election. And we have not complied with that provision in the 10 points agenda. You know, Mr. Speaker, our president, while receiving the so-called Zani report at KICC just a few months back, he promised that counties were going to get money as indicated in the 10 points agenda. But this division of revenue has actually confirmed to us that what the president was saying was not factual, because the figure here is 420 billion. And these are things that we keep on saying, and I wonder, Mr. Speaker, you allowed Senator Cherargei to go scot-free with the accusation against the opposition, that the opposition is keeps on talking things which are not factual. This is on paper. It is on the bill, the division of revenue bill. The president promised when they were launching that report that they were going to comply. Now the figure here is 420. Now this is the last, probably the last, actually the second last before the election. And now we have not complied. So I want to urge Senator Roba and those who will be on the mediation committee that will, because this bill will definitely go to mediation, because the committee has decided on 454 billion, to go and sit down with those in the National Assembly to tell them that even for no other reason, if they really valued Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, who was a champion of devolution in this country, they just need to give us 454 billion. And that will be above the 450 billion that Raila had wanted our counties to enjoy. On that basis alone, if this bill goes to mediation and the National Assembly decides to give us 5 billion so that we go to 425, I'm sure Honorable Raila is going to turn in his grave. And this government is making decisions that make Raila to keep on turning in his grave. This maybe should be one of the few decisions that are going to be made to make him happy in heaven where he is. Mr. Speaker, looking at the bill also, there is something called the national interest programs. I have read through, and clearly there are so many programs or projects in our counties that ideally should be included under national interest, which are not included, Mr. Speaker, and which are devolution in nature. I want to give an example. Construction of markets in the counties. Market is a devolved function. But who are doing markets in counties? It's the national government, through members of parliament. You have seen huge markets being constructed and governors have no idea. The budgets for this money, governors have no idea. I expected that should have been considered as part of the national interest programs in this bill. The other one, Mr. Speaker, is construction of stadiums in our counties. That's another devolved program. Now you see all over our counties, those stadiums are being constructed and these stadiums are being supervised by the military, meaning that we cannot even scrutinize the expenditure in these projects. We expected, at the minimum, the national interest component in this bill should have captured construction of stadium. There are also projects in our counties, and this is one issue that I expect the Finance Committee and even the Auditor General to take note, that we have roads which have been constructed by the county government. And then you find at some point the county government is not, especially cross-border, cross-county programs. You find that one county does a road, reaches somewhere at the boundary of the other county, and because the other county does not have sufficient funds, they go to national government, and the national government allocates money to finish that other component of the road on the other county. Mr. Speaker, this is very irregular, and something has to be done. I hope the Auditor General is going to take note of such commingling of funds between in the projects that are done by the national government and the projects that are done by county government. I want to give you an example, Mr. Speaker. We have a road in my county from Ikolomani in Kakamega County all the way to a place called Chavakali through Iregi. That road, during Oparanya's time, they did 9 kilometers of road using County of Kakamega funds. Then there remained a small portion from a place called Luciola to Chavakali Junction, about 2.5 kilometers. Then the other day you saw the president coming to launch it and saying he's launching an 11-kilometer road, factoring in the component of Kakamega. And the funds have been allocated. Mr. Speaker, this is how funds are lost. Because we pushed for money to small counties, to Vihiga. They should have used that additional funds we gave them to complete that road and allow the president to do another fresh road. Because if you allow the national government to come and do a portion of the road, which is done by the other county, that is where corruption comes in. So, Mr. Speaker, that is one of the areas that this committee should look into. Mr. Speaker, there is also the issue of universal health care component in this division of revenue, which is only focused on workers, paying salaries for the workers. But I want to tell you, as a chair of CPIC, the UHC program in our county hospitals, most hospitals are struggling. They are not compliant to the health model in terms of number of equipment, in terms of number of staff, number of specialists, because they are underfunded, Mr. Speaker. This bill should have factored that in this bill. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about public debt, which is factored in here, You saw the other day IMF saying that the public debt in this country is not factual because there are so many other debts which have not been declared. And they said they go back and declare the debts. Looking at this, you get that impression that the figures here are not complete figures. Public debt position of this country is worrying. And you heard the Auditor General saying the other day that he does not know how much public debt we have because she was not given access to the information so that she can know the actual public debt position of this country. Mr. Speaker, without that valid information, practically speaking, this bill is unconstitutional. But because we are not very thorough in handling some of these issues, we let them pass as it is. But how I hope the Finance Committee could dig deeper into this issue of public debt, so that when they bring figures in the division of revenue, we should be in a position to question. Mr. Speaker, as we pass this division of revenue, the element of accountability is also very important. We cannot be a house that just passes money to counties without adequate accountability. There is a lot of stealing in our counties. And Mr. Speaker, our accountability committees, oversight committees, every year they give recommendations on what needs to be done, particularly recommendation to investigate and prosecute county officials who are involved in corruption. Mr. Speaker, we are being let down by EACC. We are being let down by EACC. And I think one day we should invite the Director General of EACC to appear before a committee of the whole House to tell us what is happening with the EACC. Because now, if you are a governor, you can steal, you can do whatever you do. All you need is just to become two-term. Just say two-term. Or just be seen to be moving around with the president. And now, that is how you survive. And that's why we told the president the other day, when we were passing this audit report, we said that if the president, if there is any governor who has bad reports, and you are the president and you know, run away from them. Run away from them. Because you cannot be moving around with the people who misappropriate public funds and they come to you. All they need to do is that we support you. We do what? That is not enough. Our people need get value for the public money that is sent to the counties. Mr. Speaker, I've looked at this bill and I hope that the committee position of 450 billion will be the final figure that this House is going to approve. And this time around, Mr. Speaker, this time around, because this is practically my last division of revenue, because the other one is going to be in next year when we are just about to go to election. So it may not, I may not be there to oversight it because I will have moved on to other roles, Mr. Speaker. But this one is the main one. We want to insist. And Mr. Speaker, I want to state, I want to be part of the committee on mediation because I feel that we are not doing much at the mediation stage so that we get a higher figure. At least 450 billion will be practical. Because, Mr. Speaker, we still have so many functions which have not been transferred to the counties. And the money to it has not been transferred. And we have other functions which have been transferred, but without the money. If you look at it, if we had to transfer all the functions with the money, then we would easily achieve a higher shareable revenue. But we are having a lower shareable revenue, and we seem to be very helpless as a Senate. I want to say that if we have to fight, this is the only division of revenue that will bring us back to this House or will give us new roles. If we are going to go for another addition of 5 billion, as usual, to come to 425, we shall have failed the family of devolution. We need 450 and above. And the committee that is going to mediate with the National Assembly should take judicial notice of the fact that the father of devolution in this country, one Raila Amolo Odinga, died crying for 450 billion. And this government, you can do anything to legacy of Raila Odinga, including destroying his party, but give him his price for devolution, and his price for devolution is 450 billion shillings. And in this case, we have said 454 billion shillings. Mr. Speaker, I support.
Next is Senator Mudigi.
Asante Bwana Spika kwa kunipa nafasi niweze kuchangia mjadala wa senators majority kuhusu mambo ya pesa ya budget ya counties. Bwana Spika, nakumbuka vizuri mwaka jana tulikuwa na vita ya hapa na pale juu ya vile county zinafaa zipate pesa. Bwana Spika, mwaka inayokuja tunaunga mkono counties sote 47 iweze kupatiwa bilioni 450 ndio iweze kuangalia mahitaji ya mwananchi. Kwa sababu tukiwa hapa maseneta si tu huwa tunapigania ukatuzi, na sisi tukiwa kule masinani tumekuwa tukiona vile county zinaendelea, kwa sababu kuna mambo mengi sana. Kuna mambo ya pending bill, governors wanja kumaliza hizo pesa. Kuna wage bill, pia wizara 10 ya county zingine unakuta hata departments zingine asiwezi kupata pesa. Pia kwa county, Bwana Speaker, kuna CSPs ambaye kutoka mwaka jana wamekuwa akipata pesa kidogo. National government inapeana 2,500 na county inapeana 2,500, na pia kuna shinda kwa sababu hata hizo pesa kupeana county nyingi zimekuwa na shinda. CSPs wengi wamekuwa hapati hizo pesa. Bwana Speaker, pia mambo ya economy vile inaenda pia pahali yote, mambo ya wale wafanyikazi wa county, Bwana Speaker, pia wanaumia sana kuserewa kwa misahara na pia kukosa pesa ya kufanya kazi kwa familia zao kwa sababu misahara ni kidogo. Kama sasa, Bwana Speaker, tukiangalia wiki 2 iliyopita mafuta imeenda juu. Kwa hivyo kungekuwa kama county zimepata pesa nyingi na mfanyikazi ameongezewa mshahara, ataendelea na sheria inafaa. Bwana Speaker, tukiangalia kule masinani kuna shule ambaye ya nursery school zingine zimeharibika. Watu wengine county zingine wanafunzi wanasomea katika kwa miti. Kwa hiyo Bwana Speaker, kama magavana waweza kuongezewa hizi pesa, utakuta mambo ya watoto wale wachanga watajengewa darasa mzuri. Pia tunajua kwa familia nyingi saa nyingine haikuangi na pesa ya kununua chakula saa nyingine, na wakati magavana watapatiwa pesa wataweza kusaidia ile shule. Ukute hata kama ni unji na chakula, ikifika saa 7 au watoto wakirudi manyumbani watakuwa wamepata vitu kama hizo. Tukifuatilia Bwana Speaker, mambo ya kilimo, saa nyingine tumeona magavana wakingangana kununua fertilizer na kununua mbegu, na wananunua mbegu wakiwa wamechelewa. Iende ikawa Bwana Speaker, tukiongezea pesa ya kutosha mambo kama hiyo, watakuwa napanga budget ambaye ni mapema ndio mkulima aweze kufaidika na mbegu na fertilizer ya kutosha. Bwana Speaker, hapo kwa kilimo, kwa sababu kilimo katika majimbo wakipatiwa pesa ya kutosha, magavana wengi wataweza kusaidia mambo ya kilimo, na kila familia injegewa water pan na pia matangi, ndio uweze kuona wanaweza kuwa na kilimo ambaye ni blue economy, ndio kila mboma iweze kutengeneza mambo ya blue economy, kuvuga vuganji wa samaki. Kwa hivyo mambo ya kilimo, kama watu Madam Speaker, kama wataongezewa pesa mambo ya kilimo, ambaye mimi ni mwenyekiti mdogo, mambo ya kilimo ya blue economy itaweza kuendelea na njia ile nabaya. Bwana Speaker, Madam Speaker, nataka nikumbushe seneti hii, wakati huu mambo ya vitu ya chakula imeenda juu, mambo ya nyama imeenda juu. Kwa hivyo utakuta kama ukulima wa samaki itakuwa kwa vijiji vyetu, huyo ukulima itaendelea vizuri. Speaker, pia unakuta isara ya havia, mambo ya havia iko katika county government. Bwana Speaker, kama wataongezewa pesa utakuta kuna mambo ya health itaongezeka vizuri, madrasa health itajenga, dawa itapatikana, na mambo ya afya, mambo ya magonjwa itaweza kuwa imepungua, kama ya kifua kikuu, mambo ya kansa. Ile tu ningeomba au watu makipata ile pesa, Speaker, ukute pia magavana mambo ya oversight watakumbali kufanya na njia ile nafaa. Kwa hiyo Speaker, tukiwa kule masinani, tukiwa maseneta, tumeona magavana wakiteseka, tumeona wafanyikazi misara ikiserewa, tumeona mambo mengi sana. Hata department nyingi pale katika kaunti zetu, Speaker, watu wengine wakaa miaka kama 5, miaka 6 hawajai kuongezewa misara. Kwa hiyo misara ya wafanyikazi wale wafanya county, misara yao ni kidogo sana. Tungeomba hii pesa iweze kuongezewa. Kwa hivyo ningeomba hii kamati ambayo ya finance na wale maseneta wataenda kwa mediation waweze ukaa vizuri, lakini wakuje na ile pesa ambaye itawezesha kaunti zetu siweze kuendelea na njia ile inafaa. Speaker, pia mambo ya kilimo ya mbuzi, mambo ya ng'ombe, utakuta hata dawa, utakuta wale kama northeastern sehemu zingine watu wengi watakuwa napatiwa dawa ya kutosha ambaye si ya kununua ama ambaye irudi chini, ukute zile county imevaindika na pesa kama hizi. Speaker, pia mambo ingine itasaidia hii pesa ikuja, utakuta county nyingi mambo ya zile wizara 10 kila wizara itakuwa na pesa yake. Kwa sababu unakuta wizara zingine ukienda kwa budget haina pesa zote, unakuta hakuna ambulance, hakuna hata wale watu wataka kwenda kutembelea kwa masamba, ama unakuta mambo ya revenue collection, unakuta magari yote imeharibika kwa sababu kaunti zetu hasina pesa ya kutosha. Na Speaker, nasema hivyo kwa sababu niko na ushuhuda ya kusema juzi tu wakati ile kaunti 12 ilipatiwa pesa, nimeona kama kaunti ya Embu, Speaker, juzi juu ya Auditor General nimeona alikuwa analaumiwa mambo ya wafanyikazi, na nakumbuka miezi 2 iliyopita juu ya kuongezewa pesa tuliona akianjiri walimu wa ECD walimu 100. Pia wakati huu naona akingangana na mambo ya hospitali, akiendelea kufanya renovation na ile mambo ingine. Kwa hiyo Speaker, ile kitu ningeomba MPs wache kukanyangia sisi na governors, kwa sababu hawajui ile kazi na ile sinda iko masinani. Tukiangalia budget ya national government, unakuta kila constituency, Speaker, mambo ya CDF na mambo ya pesa ya CDF ni mambo ya ambassador, ni mambo ya kujenga ofisi ya DC na mambo ya chief. Hakuna kitu kingine. Kaunti nyingi inapata kila mwaka milioni 150. Pia hapo Speaker, tumeona kila MP anapata milioni kama 40 na 50, na pia kama 40 na 50 pia ya kuweka stima. Pia hapo tumeona mambo ya barabara, unakuta anapatiwa pesa nyingi sana. Kwa hiyo Speaker, ningeomba MPs wachane na mambo ya kusema magavana wafanye kazi. Ni sisi ma senators tunaweza kusema wanafanya ama wafanyi. Speaker, ile kitu ningeomba, kila county iko na MCAs, na kama Embu County tuko na MCA 30. Speaker, wakati pesa imeenda katika county zetu, unakuta ile pesa MCAs, executive na governor wanakalia chini na na pia wanaenda public participation. Kila ward inagaiwa pesa zake. Tungiomba ma MCAs mambo ya public participation, mambo ya oversight, ya primary oversight, MCAs muwe serious kuangalia zile pesa vile zinatumika mashinani. Kwa hiyo Speaker, ningeomba kaunti zote 47 siweze kupatiwa 450 billion. Kwa sababu nakumbuka mwaka huu utaisha June, tuliwaongezea bilioni 10. Sasa itakuwanji Speaker, saa hii MPs wanataka kupitisha bilioni 5. Hiyo itakuwa ni aibu kubwa sana, na kulingana na vile maisha inaendelea. Tumeona mambo ya SHA, watu wanakatwa SHA pesa nyingi. Tumeona mambo ya housing wanakatwa pesa nyingi. Kwa hivyo Speaker, mimi nikiwa Senator wa Embu County naunga mkono county zote iongezewe 450 billion, ndio mambo ya misaada ya wafanyikazi iweze kuongezeka, ndio mambo ya afya, mambo ya county iweze kuendelea na njia inafaa. Pia Speaker, kama watapatiwa hizi pesa, hata county mambo ya agriculture, hata kama kuna pesa nyingi inatoka katika national government, watakuwa na njegwa hata dams, utakuta hiyo kilimo itasaidia. Kwa sababu siku hizi tumeona kila county bila kilimo haiwezi kuendelea na njia ile inafaa. Kwa Speaker, nikiwa Senator wa Embu County, naomba ile wale watu wataenda kukaa chini, senators, mediation group na MPs waweze kutuletea bilioni 450 billion, ndio economy ya kaunti zote zetu za Kenya, kaunti 47 iweze kuendelea na njia ile inafaa. Kwa sababu sasa aturudi nyuma, ni kuelekea mbele. Asante Speaker, ni mimi Senator Alexander Munyi Mundigi, daktari, naunga mkono. Asante Speaker.
The Senator for Mombasa, Senator Mwenye Haki Faki.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to the Division of Revenue Bill for the year 2026-2027. Honorable Speaker, first of all, I want to commend the Majority Leader for moving this bill this afternoon. And the proposal by the National Assembly that the shareable revenue going to the counties be at 420 billion is unreasonable and very low in terms of what our counties need going forward. Madam Speaker, last year, the proposal in the DORA bill, which was brought from the National Assembly, was at Kenya shillings 405 billion. In this House, we proposed a figure of 427 billion based on the fact that the National Assembly had not taken into consideration several issues, including the IPPG, or the difference in salaries as a result of adjustment in inflation, and other issues. The matter went to mediation, and in the mediation, we agreed at a figure of Kenya shillings 415 billion. This year's bill, Honorable Speaker, is proposing 420 billion. It's an increase of only 5 billion. If you take that as a percentage of what was given last year, it is hardly 2%. Madam Speaker, if you look at the projected revenues for the year 2026-2027, it is estimated to be 2.9 trillion, or 2,901,874,758,144. What is being retained by the national government is 2,471,624,184 and 439,000. Madam Speaker, this represents 85%, 85.7%, if I may be exact. The shareable revenue which is proposed, that is the 420 billion, is only 14.4% of the projected national revenue. Madam Speaker, this falls short of the amount given by the Constitution of 15%. But because we are using audited accounts of the year 2021, 2020, 2021, it seems that the amount is over and above the projected 15%, which is provided for under our Constitution. So, Madam Speaker, it is important that the National Assembly be current in the audit of the revenues of the government. At the moment, our PIC and our PAC and PIC committees are up to date. They are dealing with issues of 2024, 2025. Unlike the National Assembly, who are still stuck in the 2021, 2022, thereby disadvantaging the counties in terms of the sharing of the revenue. Madam Speaker, going forward, we believe the proposals by the committee that the figure be adjusted to 454 billion is reasonable because it has taken into consideration the proposed salary increment that the county staff are entitled to, the CHWs, the county health workers who are supposed to be given about 8 billion for their salary adjustments, and the other surrounding issues that give us the figure of 454 billion. Madam Speaker, we know it has been tough during mediation, and the members of the National Assembly who are members of the mediation committee always come with the notion that they represent the government. The government has no money. The government has no this. The government has no that. But we are all in government because the parliament has two chambers, the National Assembly and the Senate. And these are arms of the government. So somebody cannot come and say and tell us that, look, the government has no money. Who is the government? They are not part of the executive. They are part of parliament, and parliament has to speak in the best interest of the people. Madam Speaker, before I finish, I want to mention two issues. Number one, the on-source revenue. The on-source revenue is a critical component of the revenues that are coming to our counties. However, most of their counties, Madam Speaker, have sort of neglected this very important aspect of revenue. And most of them will always be shouting that the national government has not sent us money. That is why we have not paid salaries. We have not received our revenue share. That is why we have not paid the contractors. We have not received money from the government. That's why our hospitals do not have drugs. Madam Speaker, this has to end because we know every county has proposals on revenue raising. And these proposals have to be implemented so that the counties become self-sufficient in terms of revenue collection. You will find that although most of the hospitals or health facilities in our counties are having the FIF, but most of this money, Madam Speaker, is used by the executive to pay for other services. And most of the counties' facilities end up without medicines. They end up without important equipment that can be used to diagnose and bring in more funds to the counties. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I wish to support this bill, but we need to amend it so that we have a figure of 454 billion, which we had proposed earlier in the budget policy statement. The other amendment I wish to put forward is the fact that currently the bill as drafted says that any shortfall could be passed on to the counties. However, it doesn't say that in the event of a surplus, it would also be passed on to the counties. So this particular provision needs to be deleted so that any shortfall will remain with the government. It doesn't need to be passed on to the county, because once we pass this bill, Madam Speaker, we have no opportunity to amend or to bring it back and adjust appropriate. Madam Speaker, I beg to move, and I support the bill with the amendments. Thank you.
Senator Murango.
Asante sana Mstahiki Spika kwa kunipa hii nafasi. Kwanza ningetaka kushukuru kamati ya fedha kwa kazi ambayo wamefanya. Alafu niweze pia kuchangia. Na kabla nichangie, Mstahiki Spika, hebu niseme ya kwamba wakati umefika tena. Wakati maseneta wanatumikanga kama tingatinga. Kubomoa milima na kukata miti, njia itengenezwe. Alafu inapomalizika inasemekana wawekwe juu ya tinga wasije wakaribu ile barabara ambayo wamejenga. Hiyo ndio asante ambayo tumekuwa tukipata kutoka kwa mangavana. Lakini ni wajibu wetu na lazima tuanjimbike ili tuweze kufanya kazi ambayo tumepewa na wananchi. Mstahiki Spika, kuna mangavana wengine wamekuwa pia wakipoteza mangavana wenzao. Mekuwa kama venye Mswahili unasema usiwe kitatange kuwatosa wengine ndemani. Kuna wale wamekuwa wakisema kwamba tuende njia hii, lakini wao mwisho wamekuwa akija kwenye kamati na kuanjimbika. Ningeomba wote tunapompatia pesa nama kukaa kama leo tumekaa mpaka saa kama hizi tukijadili venye mtapata pesa katika katu zetu, muweze kuanjimbika ili wananchi waweze kupata na saa kwa fedha ambazo zimetoka kwa serikali kuu. Mstahiki Spika, pesa yote ambayo iliokotwa na serikali kuu ni takriban trilioni 2.9. Na serikali kuu imepata mgao wa trilioni 2.4. Na gatuzi zetu tunasema kwamba tupewe mgao wa shilingi bilioni 454 peke yake. Ukiangalia fedha ambazo tunaitisha ambazo ni zaidi ni bilioni 39 peke yake, lakini pesa ambayo serikali imeokota ambayo ukiangalia majukumu ya serikali kuu pamoja na akaunti wako na nyongeza ya takriban bilioni 330. Kwa hivyo Mstahiki Spika, tunapoitisha tu bilioni 39, hilo ni tone tu kwenye bahari, kwa sababu ni fedha kidogo sana, na sioni haja yote ya mavutano kati ya sisi na bunge la kitaifa ambao wanasema mangavana waweze kupewa takriban bilioni 420 peke yake, ambayo itakuwa ni nyongeza ya shilingi bilioni 5 peke yake. Ukiangalia majukumu ya kulipa nyongezeko ya mishahara ambayo ni ya lazima, Mstahiki Spika, utapata ya kwamba bilioni 5 hizo bunge la kitaifa wanasema tuweze kusipatia gatuzi zetu, haitaweza hata kukimu. Na hiyo ni kusema nyongeza ambazo ni za lazima za wafanyikazi ambao wanafanya kazi katika kaunti yetu sitakuwa hazitoshi. Na kwa hivyo tutawaacha tu wafanyikazi waendelee kupata shinda na gubi kubwa la gumbali ambalo si matatizo yao, kwa sababu wanafanya kazi zao inavyostahili. Mstahiki Spika. Mstahiki Spika, nyongeza hii tunayotetea mangavana ni kwa sababu jambo la kwanza ni kwa sababu ya mfumuko wa bei ambao unakisiwa kuwa 5%. Na wakati uchumi kuna mfumuko wa bei, ni vizuri kuhakikisha kwamba tunakinga gatuzi zetu na sana sana wale wanaofanyia kazi county wasinje wakateseka kwa ajili ya kupewa mgao duni wa pesa. Mstahiki Spika, bilioni 455 ambao tunasema tupewe ama zipewe katika gatuzi zetu zimekuwa katika taarifa ya sera ya bajeti ambao tulipitisha. Na kwa hivyo hakuna kitu tofauti ambao tumeitisha ambao tumeitisha mbeleni. Na kwa hivyo ningeuliza wenzetu ambao wako katika bunge la kitaifa ambao pia wanapata nyongeza kila mwaka katika zile fedha za CDF, waweze wakati wa kuwa na kamati ya upatanishi tuweze kukubaliana kwamba gatuzi zetu zipewe fedha inayostahili. Mstahiki Spika, katika bajeti tumepata pia hata ikulu imekuwa ikipata nyongeza ya fedha, na kwa hivyo itakuwa kama tunapatia nyenzo na taasisi zingine za kiserikali tuweze pia kupatia katu zetu fedha za kutosha. Mstahiki Spika, nisikia pia mwenzangu na afadhali angekuwa Senator Cherargei akisema kwamba ni vizuri hii fedha iweze kwenda pia kwa hospitali kama Mathare, kwa sababu alisikia pia kuna wanasiasa ambao wanafikiria wako wanafaa kwenda kupata huduma za matibabu katika hospitali zile. Mstahiki Spika, nikichangia hilo naweza sema ya kwamba unajua mtu kuwa na akili punguani ama kuwa tahira ama ugonjwa wa akili inawezekana kwa mtu yote. Na Mstahiki Spika, kinjiko kinaishi siku zote kwa supu, lakini hakijui ladha ya supu. Kwa hivyo unaweza sema wengine ni wenda wazimu ukaanza kujipata wenda punguani, kwa sababu mgonjwa wa akili hajui kama ni mgonjwa. Na kwa hivyo tunapotoa matamshi mengine hapa, hata kama tunakashifu upinzani, ni vizuri tujue ya kwamba kuna mifano ambayo haifai. Itakuwa ni kama kejeli kwa wagonjwa ambao wamekuwa na matatizo tofauti ya kiakili. Hata kama nataka kutusiana, afadhali tuchukue mfano mwingine. Mstahiki Spika, ni vizuri hata kama naongea mambo ya ugatuzi, na ambapo pia ningesema kama mimi kwa mara 4 tumekuwa tunangojea gavana wangu kuja ili kujibu maendeleo ambayo amefanya kuhusu kutekeleza na kujenga shule za chekechea ambayo hanjaweza kukuja. Ni vizuri wakati kama sasa tunatetea na tukijua ya kwamba nimekuwa mstari wa mbele tukiwa na maseneta wengine hapa, na pia nakumbuka pia Senator Medho alikuweko wakati tulichukua hatua ya kusawasisha na kuhakikisha kwamba zile gatuzi ndogo ndogo kama Kirinyaga, Tharaka Nithi, Embu, Nyandarua na zingine wanafaidika kutoka kwa mgao. Kwa hivyo ningetaka niseme ya kwamba wakati zile fedha zimepatikana, ni vizuri mangavana ambao wanahusika na yale waweze kutumia zile fedha ambazo tunawapatia kwa njia inayofaa, na mtu akiitwa kuwajibika asikose kuja, kwa sababu wakati tunachukua hatua za mapendeleo wa makusudi ili tuweze kuhakikisha kwamba kuna maendeleo katika zile kaunti ndogo, tunafanya hivyo kwa makusudi. Kwa hivyo gavana anafaa kuja kwa makusudi. Nikimalizia, Mstahiki Spika, ni vizuri niongee kuhusu jambo ambalo linahusu bajeti nzima kwa jumla. Mstahiki Spika, umeona mimi ni mmoja wapo wa seneta ambaye wanakaa katika kamati ya elimu katika bunge la seneti tukiwa na wewe. Kwa hivyo hata wewe unaelewa na nitasema siku ya leo. Mstahiki Spika, ukiangalia umeona walimu wakilalamika. Mstahiki Spika, ningeomba ulinzi kwa sababu nadhani hii simu ya Senator Karen Nyamo inatatiza mtiririko wangu wa mawazo wakati nachangia mswada ulio mbele yangu.
Senator Nyamo, please don't speak on phone in the house. You're disrupting. Proceed, Senator Murango.
Mstahiki Spika, nilikuwa nasema nataka kuchangia katika bajeti nzima yenye inatoka kwa bunge la taifa na pia inakuja katika bunge la seneti tunapochangia mchango wa gatuzi. Mstahiki Spika, umeona na tumekuwa na malalamishi kutoka katika kamati ya elimu, kwa sababu walimu ambao wanafunza, walimu ambao tunawategemea na kupeleka watoto wetu katika shule zetu.
Order, Senator Nyamo. Can Senator Nyamo come back?
Mstahiki Spika, walimu wamekuwa kilalamika juu ya kupunguzwa kwa anda za malipo ya SHA wanapoenda kama wagonjwa nje. Mstahiki Spika, imepunguzwa kutoka fedha zilizokuwa hapo mbeleni mpaka 1200. Hiyo ni kusema mwalimu anapoenda hospitali kutimbiwa, akiingia hospitali, fedha ambayo anaweza tumia kwenye mfumo mpya huu wa SHA ni shilingi 1200 peke yake. Mstahiki Spika, hospitali nyingi kumwona daktari peke yake itakugharimu zaidi ya shilingi 1000. Mstahiki Spika, na Mstahiki Spika, ni kusema mwalimu anambakia tu na shilingi 200.
Senator Nyamo, I called you back. Sorry, Senator Murango. When I spoke to you about the phone, you stood, You continued speaking on phone and you did not bow as is required by the law, the standing orders. Please just do the right thing even as you're walking out so that we don't have to do this. So it is the house you're respecting. So if you're walking out, please go back and bow the way you're supposed to do. Thank you. Senator Murango, you may proceed.
Asante sana Mstahiki Spika. Mstahiki Spika, nilikuwa nasema kwamba katika mfumo mpya wa SHA walimu wameanza kuteseka kwa sababu fedha ambazo wamegawiwa ni kidogo sana kuweza kukimu mahitaji ya matibabu. Sana sana wagonjwa wa nje, mwenye anaenda na kutoka. Ile fedha shilingi 1000 kumwona daktari, shilingi 200 ambao unafaa kulipia mandawa, na kama utahitajika pia kupigwa picha, hiyo haitoshi Mstahiki Spika. Kwa hivyo bunge la kitaifa wakati wanapitisha makadirio, ni vizuri waangalie ni vipi wataweza kuhakikisha kwamba walimu wetu wateseki. Mstahiki Spika, pia kuna fedha ambazo zinaenda katika shule zetu ambazo zimechelewa, shule zimefunguliwa. Hiyo ni kusema walimu watambidi waweze kufunza watoto bila vifaa muhimu. Hiyo itakuwa si vizuri kwa sababu itakuwa ni mateso ya watoto ambayo hawafai kupitia kwao. Mstahiki Spika, katika bajeti ambayo tunaongelea, kwa sababu pia itapita, walimu waliosahihisha mtihani miezi 5 iliyopita mpaka leo Mstahiki Spika hawajalipo marupurupu yao, kinyume na venye imekuwa. Kwa hivyo wameendelea kutambika na bado wakiongea na sauti yao haifiki. Mstahiki Spika, Mstahiki Spika, nikimalizia mambo ya walimu, ni kwamba koti iliamuru tarehe 26 mwaka huu kwamba wahitimu wa mafunzo ambao wamepewa kazi na serikali kama walimu kisheria ni haramu, ni kinyume cha sheria. Wale walimu ambao bado wanaendelea kuwa katika shule zetu wameendelea kukaa katika hali ambayo yasitofahamu, wajui wataanjiriwa ama wataanjiriwa mpaka siku ya leo, na wale wanafaa kuanjiriwa kazi ya kudumu kulingana na koti ambao watapata marupurupu ya uzeeni. Mstahiki Spika, kwa hivyo mimi ningeomba wenzangu katika bunge la kitaifa, kwa sababu jukumu hilo ndio wamepewa, kwamba wanapofanya makadirio na kupitisha bajeti waangalie mwalimu wa kawaida, waangalie matatizo ya walimu. Na mimi nawasihi kwa heshima na taadhima ya kwamba tusipoangalia walimu tutakuwa tunacheza na maisha ya watoto wetu. Na kwa hivyo wanapokatakata pesa kutoka sehemu, taasisi na nyenzo tofauti za kiserikali, vizuri wahakikishe ya kwamba walimu wamepata mfumo mzuri wa afya, walimu wamelipwa marupurupu yao, wale walienda kusahihisha mitihani ambao hawajalipwa, hakikishe kwamba wale wahitimu mafunzo 44 wamepewa kazi ya kudumu na yenye marupurupu ya uzeeni, na wahakikishe ya kwamba walimu wanapokatwa pesa ambazo wanakatwa kwa sababu ya ujenzi wa manyumba, wahakikisha ya kwamba pia wanafurahia huduma hiyo, kwa sababu walimu wengi wanahamishwa kutoka sehemu moja hadi sehemu nyingine. Na nikimalizia mambo ya ukulima, Mstahiki Spika, mangavana wengi hawajatilia mkazo mambo ya ukulima. Utapata kwamba maafisa wa ugani ambao wanafaa kuangalia mambo ya ukulima hawana vifaa vya usafiri. Kama Kirinyaga hatuna maabara ya udongo, kwa hivyo magonjwa mengi kutoka kwa udongo na wakulima wengi wanateseka. Vyama vya ushirika vinafaa vipewe maafisa wa ugani ili waweze kuangalia wakulima. Barabara, Mstahiki Spika, ya kukuza mchere pale kwetu Mwea imegeuka kuwa mandimbwi. Tulikuwa tunapitia, sasa tunaogelea kule. Ni vizuri iweze kuangaliwa, na pia mpunga ambao umekuzwa ambao sasa bei imetoka shilingi 85 imeshuka mpaka shilingi 60 pia iweze kuangaliwa, kwa sababu serikali walikuja wakatupa handi kwamba atanunua hiyo mchele, lakini wakaendelea wakaamua kuleta mchele kutoka nje mwenye ruzuku ambao umeharibu soko. Saa hii tuko na takriban kilo milioni 2 ambayo imekwama sehemu ya Mwea, na mchele bei ya ununuzi imeenda chini, hatuwezi kimu hata gharama ya kukuza ule mchele. Asante sana Mstahiki Spika.
Senator Beatrice Ogola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to at least give my voice on the Division of Revenue Bill 2026, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Constitution is very clear that we have one national government with 47 county governments, governments that coexist, governments that are distinct, and governments that have to run the operations according to the Constitution, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Kenyans made their minds and spoke out very clearly at the onset of devolution. And Kenyans were very passionate and picked out key functions that they wanted the county governments that are governments that are closer to the people. And with that closeness, Madam Speaker, in terms of proximity, the people wanted leaders that they would be able to engage daily, leaders that lived with them down at the county levels, leaders that would often visit them at the wards, and they even dreamt that they would have leaders that they would see at the village levels. Madam Speaker, why I bring this proximity of the leadership that the people deliberately chose is that there are services in this country, that there are services, there are sectors that mean so much to our people. And it does not mean that others do not mean so much. But, Madam Speaker, look at the choice of health, the choice of water, the choice of agriculture. Madam Speaker, there were by design that the people of Kenya decided that these functions would be taken over by the county governments that were closer to them. Madam Speaker, I'm bringing this argument because, Madam Speaker, even at the time that these functions were being allocated to the counties and they were being unbundled, Madam Speaker, and I talk to you knowing, Madam Speaker, that you are a name in the devolution space. Madam Speaker, you know that these functions, even as they were unbundled to the county governments initially, and even after that, the issue of costing has remained a thorny issue. Madam Speaker, and that is why I'm going to go straight to the figures that have been proposed here. And I want to say from the onset that I will go by the figure that was proposed by the Commission of Revenue Allocation, Madam Speaker, which was 458.9 B, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, CRA is an independent commission, a commission that has a constitutional mandate over revenue in this country. And why should we assume figures that they come up with? Madam Speaker, because at the onset of devolution, Kenyans precisely decided on certain commissions because they knew that they needed a body to independently decide between these two levels of government. And Madam Speaker, because functions were never costed. And Madam Speaker, if I'm wrong, I need that evidence tabled in the Senate. Where is the costing that was done? We keep on giving resources to sectors arbitrarily. And that is why, when you reflect back at the counties, health continues to struggle, Madam Speaker. We are tired, and as women, we are tired of hearing this story of health centers and hospitals having no drugs, Madam Speaker. That you'd go and find medics, and our people mostly at the lower levels at levels 2 and 3 and 4, those are hostels that are frequented by our ordinary people in the villages. It means then they have confidence that when they walk into that hostel, a mother that carries their baby and walks to that hostel is a mother who knows they have a government they elected, either at the county or the national government, and they live. If they are unwell, they go to hostel because they need services. And the services should never only be limited to seeing a doctor. You see the doctor, and the doctor sees and makes a diagnosis, and the doctor writes down what will help the patient. And in the same hostel, a Kenyan should walk into that hostel, see a medic, consult with the medic, go to a laboratory for checking, walk back to the doctor, get their prescription, go to a pharmacy, and be able to get all the medicine that has been prescribed. Madam Speaker, while we are at the villages, we have often been confronted by very pathetic cases of mothers, of patients who walk to hostel, and after that, they are told there are no adequate medical, there are no adequate medicine, and so you are given a sheet and they are told to walk to the nearest chemist. Madam Speaker, that is not the dream Kenyans had when devolution came. And that is why I'm saying, Madam Speaker, that I will not support the fact that counties should be given 420. We want the maximum of what can be given, and CRA, which is the Commission of Revenue Allocation, had prescribed 458. Madam Speaker, we have other than health. And health is devolved. And we want adequate funding given to health. Madam Speaker, when you come to water, you and me and all of us here know how useful water is. Water is a basic. Is basic to humanity. Madam Speaker, we want to see our villages having water. We want to see women accessing water as close as possible to their homes. And this can only be done when funds are available, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm emphasizing this because these are the dreams our people had when they decided that these sectors had to go down to the leadership that was closer to them. Madam Speaker, Kenyans had made a comparison from the past, and they didn't want to struggle reaching out a leader who was centralized somewhere. And so we decided that health, water, agriculture, Madam Speaker, and we all know the complexities and the challenges that the agriculture as a sector has. Madam Speaker, a long time when we were growing up, I'm not sure whether you also grew up in the village, but I did. I remember my grandfather being a cotton farmer, a maize farmer, and my grandfather tried all the cash crops that were introduced. But there was something that we admired, that there were extension officers that we knew would come on particular days, just driving their motorcycles. At that point, they were not the many motorcycles we see around today. So each time when we were at home and helping our grandfather with picking of cotton, Madam Speaker, when you had some border coming, and it was only one, we knew an agricultural officer was coming. And they were so disciplined, they were so time conscious, they would check on the farms when the farmers were starting to plow, they would check as weeding was going place, they would check when harvesting was happening, they would check even and supervise on the separation of the cotton, the output, Madam Speaker. I loved it because the farmers had access to advisory services. But that is not what we see today, Madam Speaker. Our farmers are on their own. Our farmers even have nobody just going to them to advise on emerging issues like weeds that are on their farms. The farmers now, Madam Speaker, are their own consultants. The farmers depend on each other, on what a farmer says against another. In my village, Honorable Speaker, and we are sugarcane farmers in Dewa, we still do subsistence farming on beans and maize, but there is very little our farmers get in terms of support from the government because those extension officers are not there. And in agriculture, Honorable Speaker, we have veterinary. That is even worse. Our farmers long time had veterinary officers in what we used to call district headquarters. Now what we have, sub-county headquarters. Honorable Speaker, we hardly see those veterinary officers. If they are there, they are few as compared to the populations that they should be serving. Our farmers now are reduced to going to veterinary shops at the town centers to seek for veterinary services. Honorable Speaker, and you know, in those veterinary shops, we are never sure of even the skills of the people that are running those shops. As governments and our people decided that these services of veterinary should come to the county. And Madam Speaker, we should never have devolved functions to the county headquarters just to re-centralize them again at the county headquarters. Our people want services to the sub-counties, to the wards, and to the village levels, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are also devolved functions like county roads. If I give you an example, Madam Speaker, in my sub-county in Dewa, I was at home over the weekends. The roads are in a pathetic situations that have been made worse by the rains. Madam Speaker, I'm just making a case for the kind of money we need to see go into the counties, so that these functions that are devolved and which have specified, including lands, we have the planning aspect, we have survey, we have urbanization and urban services devolved, Madam Speaker. Those are services that require money, Madam Speaker. And that is why I'm saying that, Madam Speaker, I do not support the 420 billion that has been specified here. And Madam Speaker, I will be going for the CRA figures that are 458. And Madam Speaker, let us remind ourselves that some few months before my late party leader, one Baba Raila Amolo Odinga, moved on to the next life, hopefully we will all meet there. Baba Raila Amolo Odinga, the father of devolution, was in this house, and he made a pronouncement of 450 billion. I remember even at a formal sitting, he made that. And Madam Speaker, I do not say this for nothing. I say this because informally at those meetings, formally, the House leadership of both houses made commitments of the 450. I would like to urge the two houses to live by those pronouncements, that if we cannot go for the CRA figures, let us not go below the 450 billion that we have all dreamt of having. And lastly, Madam Speaker, because I know my colleague, Senator and son, Senator Methu, is there, and I can see he wants to spew some wisdom from Nyandarua and from the Republic, I want to step back and say that even as Senate debates the divisional revenue bill, and as we work as per the constitutional responsibility we have to get these monies to the counties, the governors should never assume that the Senate has a role over these funds after their disbursement. That as we debate them, as we ensure the counties get their money, the issue of accountability and transparency is not optional, Madam Speaker. And let the Council of Governors and the governors know that even appearances in committees and in Senate is not a choice. It is constitutionally spelled out. And as servants of the people of this republic, both the Senate and the governors have a duty to account to the people of Kenya, which we do in our committees. Madam Speaker, I go back to listen because somebody told me that what you say you already know. But what you listen to is a new thing. And so I step back to listen to the next senator. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Methu.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for allowing me an opportunity to say what I know, because I've listened to what I don't know. And we are in that season, Madam Speaker, again. You know, one of the cardinal roles of this House, the Senate, one of the things that we take a lot of pride in is that we are the fulcrum around which devolution revolves, Madam Speaker. And we have been very consistent since I joined this House that we want to send as much money as we can, as much money as it is deserved, as much money as it is espoused in the Constitution to our devolved units, regardless of the bad manners that we see from the governors, Madam Speaker. And I'm sure I'll come to it, write down my contribution, Madam Speaker. If you read the submissions that have been made by the Council of Governors, you sometimes wonder whether these are the same people who don't want to take responsibility, who don't want to be accountable. And you know, Madam Speaker, I'm a Christian, a staunch Christian for that matter. If you read the parable of the talents, Madam Speaker, it was very clear. The people who are rewarded are those who are accountable of the talents that are given. Even the person who got 2 talents, I think, was rewarded. That is what is in the Bible. The one who took 1 talent and could not account for that 1 talent, they say that, we took this talent and went and hid it somewhere. They were punished severely. So therefore, the governors cannot keep saying that they want so much money pushed down the counties, Madam Speaker, but they don't want to appear before the Senate to come and account for the reason that they think. You know, they say that, what we have is not enough. But why don't you first account for what you don't, for what you have, so that you can get some more? You know, the provisions of the law for officers who operate interest, Madam Speaker, you only get your interest replenished when you have accounted for what you had already gotten, Madam Speaker. Let me say 2 very quick things, Madam Speaker. And I'm very, very happy about the work that has been done by our committee, the Committee on Finance, Madam Speaker, that regardless of the provocation and what I have heard as the comments that have been made by my colleagues, the senators, Madam Speaker, that regardless of the provocation that we have heard from the governors, those who speak very badly about this House, Madam Speaker, we have not lost sight of what we want because, Madam Speaker, if you look at the functions that are in Schedule 4 of what the Constitution expects will be done by our devolved units, Madam Speaker, these are issues that really touch the person at the lowest level of the pyramid, Madam Speaker. Issues to do with water, issues to do with the provision of health services, Madam Speaker, issues to do with agriculture, issues to do with livestock, Madam Speaker, issues to do with trade, Madam Speaker. Very, very basic requirements of human dignity, Madam Speaker, are provided for in the Constitution that will be functions that will be undertaken by county governments, Madam Speaker. That is the reason why, as a Senate, we shall always continue. And we will all fight from the same direction, Madam Speaker, to push more money. And that is why I really support this proposal by the Finance Committee, that we are meant to have 454 billion sent to the county government, Madam Speaker, which is a significant growth, Madam Speaker. It is not out of nothing. And I think that is the reason why the Constitution, in the provisions of Article 203, Madam Speaker, were very specific of how much should go to counties, Madam Speaker. Counties are not at the mercy of the national government. I have seen the submissions that have been made by the National Treasury. They wanted to look like what is shared between counties and national government, Madam Speaker, is what remains after the national governments take care of its obligations, Madam Speaker. I've seen one of the reasons why they don't want to grow they want to grow the revenue of the counties with about just 5 billion, Madam Speaker. They are saying that they are servicing national debt. Madam Speaker, what role does the counties have in borrowing? Do counties participate in borrowing? These are two levels of government of equal nature, Madam Speaker. It is not what remains after the national government takes care of its obligation, because anyway, when you borrow this money, you don't involve counties in the projects that in the programs and the projects that you are undertaking. So it is upon you, the people at the national government, Madam Speaker, to know how you will repay this money that you are borrowing. It has nothing to do with the counties, Madam Speaker. What we need to look at is how has our national revenue grown within this financial year, Madam Speaker, so that we know. Now, like I have seen that the projected growth of our revenue, Madam Speaker, the ordinary revenue, Madam Speaker, it is projected that our revenue will grow from 2.64 trillion in the financial year 2026-2027 to about 2.9 trillion, Madam Speaker. That goes to about 261 billion. It cannot be that we are growing our ordinary revenue with 261 billion, but we only want to send 5 billion of the 261, Madam Speaker, that the only money that will grow in terms of the revenue that goes to the counties, Madam Speaker, is only 5 billion. That we must vehemently, and we must use every energy, every avenue that we have to ensure that we try and correct this wrong that cripples. You know, Madam Speaker, by the way, you know, Madam Speaker, there was created a center of power that was not envisioned in the Constitution 2010, Madam Speaker. The National Treasury has become such a critical office, such a huge office, such a big office that now looks like it is the one that are determining how much money goes to the counties, Madam Speaker. It is not the National Treasury that determines how much goes to the county governments, Madam Speaker. What goes to the county government is what has been provided for in the Constitution in the Article 203, Madam Speaker. Number two, I see and I would want the National Assembly to work with us, Madam Speaker. Sometimes we are growing revenues that are not necessary, in my opinion, Madam Speaker. How comes, Madam Speaker, for 4 years that this regime has been in power, the money that goes to, for example, big offices, Madam Speaker, like State House, has grown so exponentially, Madam Speaker, but the money that is supposed to buy drugs, you saw the minister speak here, Madam Speaker. They are saying SHA does not provide drugs, Madam Speaker. That is actually true. But how comes that we don't want to send money, enough money, Madam Speaker, to enable our governors, Madam Speaker, buy enough drugs so that our people can actually celebrate as much as those who are in State House are celebrating because their budgets have grown. There's nothing that the person from Vihiga, there's nothing that the person from Kisumu will get from government, because not all of us can be able to feed and go to State House and get the 3,000, 10,000 that is given there, Madam Speaker. We only want services to be taken to our people. Maybe finally, because I see my time is really gone. When we started, and you had, I think, if you even look at the national address that was made by the president in his first year, in his second year, he was taking a lot of pride when he was speaking, Madam Speaker, and he's saying that this will be the first administration that will ensure that we are sending enough money to counties on time. I wonder whether he can say that if he comes at the end of this year. Because, Madam Speaker, if you look at the money in the first half of 2025-2026, Madam Speaker, or 2026-2027, Madam Speaker, the first half, 50 billion, I had it in my notes, it is 50.4 billion has not been transferred to counties, Madam Speaker. So how comes we keep now changing? This country has a habit of things changing every day and people speaking different languages every time. 1 minute you are speaking about Mama Mboga. Next minute you are speaking Mutia Boda Boda. Now you are no longer now speaking about Mutia Boda Boda. You are no longer speaking about Mama Boga. You are now speaking about other different things. I think a week or two or a month ago, people were speaking about Nyota. Now people are no longer speaking about Nyota. I think we are now at Jua, going to Mwezi, and I don't know what, Madam Speaker. So we must be consistent in what we are saying. We must be consistent in what we are doing. And the Senate has been extremely consistent in terms of the growth of revenue. There is one more thing that I want to speak about, Madam Speaker. In the implementation of the remuneration and benefits review cycles, Madam Speaker, we are now at the third cycle. And I think for the third cycle, county governments require about 4.7 billion, and the fourth phase, they require about 5.2 billion, Madam Speaker. We must try and carry everyone along, Madam Speaker. Inflation is there. Things are changing. It cannot be, Madam Speaker, that we expect somebody to have the same quality of life as they had in 2022, and we are paying them the same salary that they got, Madam Speaker. This benefit review must be implemented. Finally, there is this group, and we have spoken about it, I think, since I joined this parliament, and I am now an old member of this house. I hear that by the last half of this year, I think I'll be 4 years, Madam Speaker. We must ensure that our UHC workers, Madam Speaker, are now permanently absorbed. These 8.9 billion, we can't keep speaking about it, Madam Speaker. Their contracts are expiring in April and September of 2026, Madam Speaker. It cannot be that we speak about this thing every now and then. This thing must be implemented once and for all before we get to campaigns, Madam Speaker. You know, when we get to campaigns, people will be buying paraffin to run motorcycles, Madam Speaker, and we don't want to get...
Honorable Senators, it is now 6:30 p.m. Time to adjourn the Senate. Senator Methu, you still have a balance of 10 minutes. The Senate, therefore, stands adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, 29th April 2026 at 9:30 a.m.
Kindly near printer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I mentioned Kisumu, I don't know whether it's the time you mentioned that, but it's okay, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that we need to see action being taken. And the issue of boundaries, Mr. Speaker, because there must be a clear boundary solution, Mr. Speaker. We have been talking about the boundary issue of this boundary issue in Mingi area, Mr. Speaker. And if action was taken, we could not face what we are facing today. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that those people who are coming to graze in Mingi, and there are people who are also grazing and they are farming, is unacceptable and it's against the law. And I want to tell you, because those people who are doing this are well known, Mr. Speaker. I want to tell you, Mr. Ndwale, you have to remove your camels from that area because that's not your home. You cannot come and graze your camels to the areas where people are living in peace.
Order, Honorable, order. Honorable Ndwale is not before the House. Honorable Joshua Kimilu, you know what to do if you want to discuss Honorable Ndwale. Withdraw that.
Mr. Speaker, after this, I'll go up there and draft a motion to deal about that issue. Let me concentrate on what I was talking about. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask what the IG is doing and also what the CS is doing about this issue, Mr. Speaker. Because we cannot live in a country, we are citizens of, we are Kenyan.
Give him 1 minute to conclude. You see what happens when you digress.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to conclude by saying we need to draw a good line, Mr. Speaker, and we need to know there is lapse in our government security. And Mr. Speaker, before Kalonzo becomes the president of this country, we want this matter to deal with it even before, because we cannot wait for another 1.5 years, Mr. Speaker. Why can we see action? And we want, because our people are very calm people, they are serious people, but they could have even taken this issue on their hands, and the worst can happen in that area. But Mr. Speaker, we don't want to go to that direction. We need peace in our country. We need security in our country. Mr. Speaker, let those who are in authority do what they are supposed to do, Mr. Speaker. And I'm bitter, Mr. Speaker, because this is a very serious matter. Our people are being killed, Mr. Speaker. It is, and the people are going on the rooftops or their cars and start talking of what they are doing to the country, and people are being killed. That is, Mr. Speaker, is nonsense. And we cannot accept it to happen in our country, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Caleb Mule is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute on the adjournment motion by Makali on the insecurity in the Mwingi North area. Mr. Speaker, I stand to condole with the families that lost their lives in these bad incidents, and I wish quick recovery to those who are injured. Mr. Speaker, I underline the word peaceful coexistence. Peaceful coexistence. I stand to ask for peaceful coexistence between the two communities. We are talking about the Somali community and the Kamba community in this matter. And one of the communities take advantage of the other. They arrogantly bring their camels and graze on other tribes' livelihood. That is their food, their maize. And that is very arrogant. Then, not even to stop there, they start killing them if they try to prevent the camels from eating their maize crops. Mr. Speaker, Kambas are very calm people, meek and timid. And this other tribe, take advantage. They really take advantage of our calmness. And Mr. Makali, Honorable Makali said we are not short of options. And I fear if we go to that direction, Mr. Speaker, our country is going into chaos. This is what happened in Rwanda. Rwanda started one tribe attacking the other, and all of a sudden, a big war, and many lives were lost. So, and in this parliament, we've been talking about insecurity everywhere. We are talking about insecurity in those cattle rearing areas, like the cattle rustling at McLeod's, Honorable McLeod's area, and all those other places. Are we short of policemen? Are we short of security people? If there's one of the government spending or one of the budgets that we should increase as a country, we should increase the security budget so that we don't keep talking about insecurity in our area. So I urge the Minister of Interior to take this serious and increase the security. We have so many youth who need employment, and we can in this parliament, we are able to increase the budget of security and employ a lot of youth so that we can maintain peace and security in this area. So I urge the Kampa community to become calm as the country and the Minister of Interior addresses the issue. And we hope this will be addressed immediately. Thank you.
The Honorable Dr. Daniel Ochanda, the MP for Bondo.
Mr. Speaker, you added a name that is not mine. Daniel is Gideon, just for purpose of record, but Ochanda for sure is my name. Mr. Speaker, if anybody, a stranger, got into this country and just asked where, because I've either heard before, where are these spots? Where are these areas in this country where if you get there, you'll get communities fighting one another. There'll be issues of cattle rusting. There will be issues of fighting over little resources of grazing and stuff like that. That stranger will get this information in the first 5 minutes. And this information is with the governments, whether former or new or current. They know exactly what we can call hotspots or potential hotspots in terms of where communities from time to time get to fight over resources. And some had happened as close as at Nairobi, Mai Mahiu here. There were issues of invasion on those who are sedentary and those who are herds people. Sedentary groups are doing their normal farming, but herds people are coming in with the animals and are grazing all over. This has happened in this country, and they are known. The only problem is, if you've known all this over this period of time, how come we've never had a proper solution to them? There was a time, Mr. Speaker, in this country, my other world, before I got into this house, I used to crisscross the country quite a bit. You could not go to Garissa. You had to wait for a serious escort after Mwingi for you to get to Garissa. All of the escort, all vehicles had to be stopped there and you had to wait. You could not go beyond Archer's Post if you are going to the north, to Mandera and all these other sides. You could not go to Turkana after Marich Pass. And there were spots that were known. And that's why there were those kind of escorts. And now, Mr. Speaker, the governments of those particular times got a solution. And of late, you can easily go to Garissa, you can easily go to Wajir, minus an escort. You can easily pass Archer's Post through to Basabit and Mandera, minus a problem. You can as well pass Pokot, Marich Pass through to Lodwar, minus a problem. There were solutions that were sought out and they were working. What is happening that some of these things can't be sought out to work? Because they are known. Mr. Speaker, the biggest problem that goes with this is the issue, number one, of inaction. 2, the issue of slow response. And 3, no response at all. So immediately we have all these things. Then all the other, there are better ways of how to reduce belligerence. But if you go and wait and you don't do anything, then the other side that was feeling affected will want to respond. And to an extent that now we are getting a response, even in areas where it doesn't need that kind of a response. You have a small car accident, and then you have no idea, because the response will going to be slow, then all the other people around you attack you, including the piki and everybody else, without determining exactly who exactly was the cause of the problem. So we are giving other communities, we are basically aiding non-formal response to problems that the government can respond to in a proper manner. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this is where we have to revisit as a country. We know these places, we know these people, we don't need to wait for us to come and lament. Because as at now, even when you hear the debate here, there is a leadership from a community that are already feeling that they've reached a point where they must respond in a different way. And when they are doing that, imagine if the other side were also here. they will also be talking about responding the other way. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that's why we have government. Governments must be ahead of communities, governments must be ahead of individuals to make sure that some of these things are sorted out properly and in time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Mark Mwenje.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me on behalf of the people of Embakasi West to pass my condolences to those families that lost their loved ones in Kitui County, more specifically in Mwingi. And Honorable Speaker, right from the get-go, these issues of conflicts between communities, and in this case, more of a pastoral community and a farming community, is regrettable, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if you'd seen what was on TV, the community from Mwingi who are protesting and complaining about what had happened were holding bows and arrows on Citizen TV. Actually, Honorable Speaker, if you were to proceed and try and prosecute this matter in a court of law, unfortunately, those individuals who are captured on Citizen holding those bows and arrows would automatically be easy suspects to all these losses of lives. But more importantly, Honorable Speaker, is that it is time our government puts forth a task force that goes through examining some of these.
Out of order, Honorable Nzengu?
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Mwenje is out of order for discussing a matter that he has no clue. This is a member of parliament who has been raised and brought up in Nairobi. He has no understanding of the rural setting where we come from. So you should rule him out of order, and he should not continue contributing in this motion because he has no idea what we go through. Mwenje, you are out of order.
Honorable Mark Mwenje, you will proceed.
Honorable Speaker, allow me to ignore because he doesn't realize I'm trying to help.
Don't go there. Just make your
but anyway, I'm trying to help because whoever took those videos, Honorable Speaker, was not doing any justice to those individuals, Honorable Speaker. And the point that I was driving at, Honorable Speaker, is that the police have left it that the community have to fend for their farmlands. That is why they were captured holding these weapons. And when we start having that kind of a country, it's starting to show as though we have a country that is lost, that a country that has no rule of law, Honorable Speaker. And therefore...
Honorable Mwenje, don't inflame this debate any further. You know, there is the right to self-defense and defense of property.
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, so keep
that. And that's where I'm driving my point, Honorable Speaker. That don't inform me. You just sit down. You see, Honorable Speaker, what we need is that we need the police to come out, and in all these areas where we have communities that are fighting over resources, the police need to come out and take charge in those areas, Honorable Speaker. If we fail to do so and we let the people, as we've seen in Mwingi, if we've seen in Laikipia, as we've seen in these other areas, as was being pointed out in Pokot, when you leave the public to take matters into their own hands, then what you do is create division and you lead to loss of life, as we've seen. And more importantly, Honorable Speaker, I've heard the members from that region speaking about it, Honorable Speaker, that there is a chance of retaliatory attacks that could occur. And what we need is we need the police to go in there. Failure to which, Honorable Speaker, as you've rightly pointed out, then those people have a right to their own defense, which they will take using the weapons that they have. And what happens is that there could be innocent Kenyans who end up losing their lives, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I just want to challenge the CS and the PS Interior, Honorable Speaker, because I feel they are more concentrating on political issues, and at times they've forgotten them things that really matter to Kenyans, such as this issue that has affected us in Mwingi. So we need them to come out, Honorable Speaker. Otherwise, it paints everything. Anybody can take the law into their own hands, Honorable Speaker, and it will affect us. Even us here, right here in Nairobi, Honorable Speaker. Anybody who is found to be breaching the law, to be breaking the law, Honorable Speaker, need to be taken to a court of law so that we can demonstrate that there is a rule of law. And Honorable Speaker, for those that who have lost, their lives, Honorable Speaker. I believe the government should come out, because this is failure by the government, failing to act. The government should come out and actually compensate some of those victims. Honorable Speaker, anybody who's trying to say that I was just born here in Nairobi, I believe should apologize to me. I'm one of those people who understand this country better than them, and they cannot survive here in Nairobi. They're in Nairobi. So don't talk to me badly when you're in Nairobi and you need to walk in Nairobi. Be careful.
The Honorable Thaddeus Zambia, the MP for Kilome.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, this is a very emotive concern and an issue which needs to be addressed with immediate effect. Honorable Speaker, as I rise and support the motion, let me first condole with the affected families. And Honorable Speaker, I think this issue is not the first one it is occurring. And I want to state categorically that, Honorable Speaker, as I stand here, we will give 7 days ultimatum. First, to Western Bridge, the owner of these camels, because this has been unpaid before, and it's like we are not getting an amicable solution on this. So, Honorable Speaker, after the 7 days, if we will have not known the owner of these camels, we'll have a consultative meeting as our community, and we'll give the way forward. Honorable Speaker, Kambas are not cowards. You remember in this country we have produced 3 generals. And Honorable Speaker, you cannot keep on begging for protection of our people. Honorable Speaker, how comes that somebody has the audacity of killing innocent women, innocent children? Which Kenya are we in, Honorable Speaker? Honorable Speaker, remember, despite the killings also, there has been destruction of crops. Let me tell you, Cumberland is different from Pokot, Turkana, name the northern eastern parts. We don't fight for livestock. You see, the other communities have been stealing livestock and all that. Remember, we are discussing an issue of destroying our crops. Honorable Speaker, we don't keep camels. And before the 7 days elapse, Honorable Speaker, we should not find any camel in that area of Mwingi, that is in Cumberland. Because, Honorable Speaker, we are very accommodative and we are very peaceful. Not unless now you have rattled us. Honorable Speaker, it is with a great concern that if this incident happened in another area, it is very possible to hear that the President has landed there, the CS has landed there, the IG has landed there. But, Honorable Speaker, it is notable that it's only the Deputy DG who was sent to the scene. Honorable Speaker, it has come to my knowledge that when there are issues about this camel herding and keeping in most of these areas in Cumberland, there are threats from up there. I don't want to know where up there is. That the OSPD, the OCSS are cautioned to leave the camels to keep on disturbing the camper community. Honorable Speaker, I think we should bring this issue to an end. And Honorable Speaker, as we speak now, we want to hear what is really happening in the affected areas. Do we have police posts? Do we have police stations? Because this is not the first time this is happening. And Honorable Speaker, I want to say that this has happened at the wrong time. Because remember today, it's when the schools are opening. We are not sure whether our children will be able to go to school because there are threats. Honorable Speaker, we need immediate report before the end of this week so that we can know what measures the government has taken to restore peace. And as I've said, and I want to repeat this and I want to be on the record, we have given the government 7 days. Let us know the owner of these camels and let us not have any camel in Cumberland because we don't keep camels. And if we give them an opportunity to just stay in our land, the only good thing is to slaughter our people. This one will not accept. And the Honorable Speaker, you should note that. As I have said, we are not cowards. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Rindikiri Mugambi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I realize and I want to identify myself with the feelings of the majority members here today and also the people of Siakulu. When I watched the TV last night, I remember what my people went through in the region of Bole East along the border with Isiolo and Laikipia. Mr. Speaker, the first killings of my people, Bori, came through livestock feeding, where camel used to be brought to our constituency, and the Anders will take control of the area and will do whatever they want to do. So I can identify myself with what these members are feeling, because I went through it. And I would like to share my experiences, because I think these are some of the things that really caused this kind of situation. We are still, Mr. Speaker, experiencing the verdict effect again along that border with Isiolo and Laikipia, because again of the so-called aggressiveness of the nomadic people who we border, the Sambulus, the Turkanas, from those two counties, Mr. Speaker. The absence of adequate police infrastructure really causes some of these people to freely move. These people, Mr. Speaker, have weapons. I was pitying the people of Siakulu when I saw them holding bows and arrows. But these people, they had guns. So how do you even fight people who have guns? And the question is, how do these people who bring camels, who own guns, when do they get those guns? The question that we need to ask is, where are the investigative bodies? Where is the intelligence network, both in the neighboring county and also in Kitui? That shows lack or lapse of intelligence sharing, lack of cross-border police operations. Because, Mr. Speaker, camels are not large, that they can penetrate an area without being noticed. Camels are large as a giraffe. So really they are known. Mr. Speaker, they move and sleep. They can't learn. So the owners of these animals, they are known. Mr. Speaker, if the community does not really see eye to eye with one another, that could be another factor. But I'm wondering, why does a peaceful community suffer because of an aggressive community? No, it should not be business as usual. Something needs to be addressed, Mr. Speaker. What I found is the police in the neighboring county, they care less. The police on their side, they are not adequate. They are not adequately with adequate infrastructure. The load network along the borders across the country, not only Kitui versus the other county they are neighboring. We need security loans so that it can enhance operations of the police. The police have a point because they need to run against these people. But if the load network is bad, I'm happy the government has constructed a tarmac road in Siakulu area. But that does not solve the problem. We need feeder loans, which are adequately constructed. Mr. Speaker, this country, the people fight because of economic issues. I was looking at those poor women, those poor boys, and I was looking at the economic value of their area. I think we need water. These people are coming to look for water in Chekulu. They are coming to feed the animals because of climate change. These are long-term things that need to be addressed. But, Mr. Speaker, The lapse in communication in security operations is the key factor here. These things could have been prevented if somebody was very keen. And I call upon the local community and security operations to be more careful going forward. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Karoli Omondi.
I hope I will have time, Honorable Speaker. Thank you so much. Honorable Speaker, I think what we are discussing is actually a failure of both the government, this government, and previous governments. Even this discussion, I thought, would attract representatives from the other communities who are affected. But as you can see, it is only representatives from one side of those who are in conflict, who are present and discussing this matter. I think as a nation, we should learn to come together. It is quite unfortunate that the other members are not present. Honorable Speaker, our government has some primary responsibilities. One is to protect life and property, and in this case, obviously the government has failed, and the previous governments have failed as well. Protection of our borders. I firmly believe that some of the herders and the camels are not necessarily from within Kenya. I think some have crossed the border from neighboring countries into the Republic for purposes of grazing. And I think most of the camels actually are not owned by the herders. The owners are somewhere, are either politicians or businessmen or people with means elsewhere, within and out of the Republic. And again, the government has failed to protect our borders from this invasion by foreign herders and foreign camels. A government must ensure accountability. Again here, this government and the previous governments have failed because we don't hear of any arrests and prosecutions when these kind of unfortunate events occur. And finally, a government is supposed to educate its people. I think at social level, the problem we are facing is one of education, really. Because I was talking to one of my friends who is from the north and who understands what has happened here, and he explained to me that there are some customary practices. If one person is killed, you go out to kill two of the people who killed your person. So he's telling me that is why the number in Kitui murders are what they are. I think that is a function of education. But Honorable Speaker, instead of just talking, I would urge this House that we pass two specific resolutions, if it is possible under this motion. One, in terms of communication, we have something called Universal Service Fund. We should direct the Communication Authority of Kenya to immediately avail resources to establish communication network in the affected areas as a House, instead of just discussing the motion and leaving it hanging. I would urge this House, and you particularly, Honorable Speaker, to make that directive, that the CCK uses proceeds of the Universal Service Fund to establish communication networks in the affected areas. Secondly, we should pass a resolution asking the Ministry of Interior and National Security to present to this House a national strategy to deal with this problem that will include surveillance, preventions, arrest and prosecutions, all the accountability elements, because we have not seen one. I think the IG, unfortunately, was out of the country, and I must commend IG Kanja for the good work that he's doing. He gave us an assurance as people, members of Linda Mwananchi, about our safety and security in Kisumu. And he kept his word. In fact, the service upheld the spirit and the law, the provisions of the Constitution, and we had, even though there were attempts to disrupt, the police did their work to ensure our safety and security. So I think IG Kanja was out of the country. I think he has just come back. So those alluding that he has not visiting the area, he was in Haiti as a matter of fact. I think he has just come back. And I think he's a very competent IG who will deal with this matter. But, Honorable Speaker, I urge you to give those two directions so that we can find a solution to this problem. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, we all understand the limitations of an adjournment motion. And that is why I was posing the question to the mover on how better we should approach this matter. So to prevent any further loss of lives and destruction of property, I'm directing that this matter be taken up by the committee in charge of administration and internal affairs immediately for necessary intervention and necessary reporting to the House in terms of action. As I've said, there was an intervention by that committee before, and there was immediate action. It becomes necessary that we do so again because we are being told Kenyans are being killed in the process, and this thing could go beyond what we have now, which would not be good for the country. Honorable members, be upstanding. Honorable members, the time being 7:03 p.m., this House stands adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, the 29th day of April, 2026 at 9:30 a.m.